All right, Bismillah. Let me just straighten that out. So, first and foremost, people, as always, I've got to do a sound check, make sure it's coming through loud and clear. Bi'idhnillah. Right, let me just bring my coffee over here. Right, so what is going on, people? Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban. Let me just check that you guys can hear me. I'm just bringing up the other comments as well for people on YouTube. All right, so shukran, Mark Lonzetta, you're doing it. Right, if you guys, I take it the sound is loud and clear. Ahlan wa sahlan, alaikum assalam. Right, Scorpio, likewise. All right, Abdul Basit, shukran. All right, we've got a lot of familiar faces online. إن الحمد لله وكفاه والصلاة والسلام على رسوله المصطفى وعلى عباده الذين ارتضى ومن بهداهم اهتدى وبآثار أهل المدينة اقتفى وبعد فسلام الله على القوم. أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا. People, welcome back. Okay, meaning with MALM. Allahu Akbar. So, tonight, what I wanted to take a look at, whilst I bring that up, I'll let you guys do the usual drill, which is you guys should be very familiar with it now. Right, so just like and share, and let me bring up today's session, bi'idhnillah. So, what are we looking at right here? We've got, where is today's date? Right, interesting. Es muy interesante. Oh, there it is. I thought for a moment, where has this gone? But alhamdulillah, there it is. Oh, so it is in giving that we receive. Allah, Allah, Allah. What a topic and theme to cover. So that's, I think, incredibly pertinent and necessary for each and every one of us. I want to speak a bit about that, the Quranic guidance in relation to that. So I want to cover the topic of Rizq, but also some verses that guide us towards that, and maybe what we perceive as a struggle and how the Quran sheds light on that. In light of this discussion of Rizq and giving and receiving, and there's a story of a companion, Hakeem ibn Hizam, or an incident. It's not even an entire story, it's an incident. But I thought, let's use this opportunity to introduce this Sahabi, Hakeem ibn Hizam radiallahu an, as a Seerah snippet. And since we were talking about that incident, that kind of reminded me of another incident. One with a bit more humor in it, and I guess just interesting to learn, and that's of a character known as Abu Dulama. And he's from the time of the Abbasids, and his encounter with the Caliph Abbasids and what happened. So that's something quite interesting. He's a poet. He becomes like almost like the court jester, so to speak, but he is an interesting character. But his character also reflects light on the caliphs as well, because an interaction is really a dialogue between two people, isn't it? So, all right, what is going on? Right, new pop filter. I thought, you know what? I thought to myself, this is lying around. Let me just put it on. I was playing back one of my clips and I could hear some of the pops and things. And I thought, well, you see this, the mic I use is the Elgato Wave 3. It is really good, and it had a pop filter with it, like a slick one that comes with it, magnetic, and I think Zozo broke it. So I thought, yeah, let me try this, see if it makes a difference to the sound in a positive way. So, right. All right, Leopard. Ahlan wa sahlan. Ahlan wa sahlan. Zakir, I believe it is. It's been a while. Abdul Basit. All right. Oh, I thought Abdul Basit saying salam to us. He's just saying salam to Clay. But that's good as well. That's good as well. All right. So, Nora, as always, shukran. And let me see who have. Lucy Wynne Jones. All right. See, look at this. It's looks like you're in a car, Mufti. I should try and do this from my car on one of the days. And there goes that, huh? So, there's speaking of cars, there's these new regulations or something in the UK they're bringing out, and I don't know what's happening here. Honestly, sometimes I think, does what is the IQ of politicians? They genuinely can't be the most sharpest people among society. I don't know. I struggle to believe that. They're not dumb, and okay, some maybe, but okay, most of them may not be totally dumb and stupid, but they're not the most intelligent. It's amazing, isn't it? I guess Plato was right after all. He said that, you see, you can't have the intelligent people ruling over the majority of, because he said the majority of people, he called them the mob. And mob, he didn't mean mob like mafia mob. So mob comes from them since this ancient discourse, and it meant the masses, the kind of the people who are not, they're not going to be the most pristine and the most kind of sharp and intellectual, bright, quota of society. They're going to be the general masses. So the laymen and the people who are not really, they just get on with life. Those people can be quite unruly, Plato had argued. And he said that, you see, if you had a philosopher rule over them, that would be ideal for their prosperity. But the problem is, he said that none of them would be able to identify with the philosopher or with this genius. Like, they wouldn't be able to relate to sheer intelligence. So, and in many ways, a bit like the Dunning-Kruger effect, you see, intelligent people, this would come off quite, what should we say, politically maybe incorrect, rather. But you see, the intelligent people come off more like, okay, the more, I don't know if dumb is the right word to use here, but let's say the more intellectually challenged one is, the more absurd they perceive somebody intelligent. So the cleverer you are, or the more intelligent you are, the more dumb you appear to dumb people. So it kind of works like that. It's not and so what Plato was arguing was that, you see, they wouldn't identify with the philosopher, and so they would just rebel. And even if he had like a vision or something, but they couldn't see it. So he said the best way to keep them content is they have to be ruled by the mob, by one of them. So otherwise, the minority cannot rule the majority. I guess in some ways one could translate Plato's Republic, or one of the morals of his Republic. Those that don't know, Ibn Rushd actually translates Plato's Republic, and he has a commentary on it. So that's quite interesting. And it's not even a big commentary. It's just something don't know, maybe, I don't know, is it even 100 pages, something like that. So it's quite interesting. I've in the past read from it, and he's discussing issues of gender equality back then. This is 900 years ago. Abu Walid ibn Rushd, the Muslim scholar from Muslim Spain. Right. So, let's take a look. A border invader. Assalamu alaikum from Los Angeles in California. All right. From the city of the angels. Huh? Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Right. So, right, what is going on? Mark, Alama Lonzetta, shukran. I do still have that. I have a mic right here. I could swing it across, and it's actually I've forgotten what it's called. It's the Joe Rogan one. But the problem is then I have to kind of just sit here like this with it, and I can't go like this, or I can't kind of move like that, and I can't. So that's why I not used it, because it's just really difficult for me to just sit really still, just like that. Ameen, what an interesting name, Ameen. Oh, of course, Ameen. Sorry, I'm having a moment here. Moment of seniority, shall I say? I thought you meant Ameen, like that. Yeah, are you planning on redoing the Andalus series someday? Yeah, that would be nice. That would be. It was fun when I did that. Yeah, maybe I could do that someday again. That would be interesting. So shukran for that, Ameen. There's an interesting question. We'll maybe someday go into a lot more depth, and it ties into, I guess, how we understand or how we interact or engage with the faith. And we have to understand that, you see, this faith for us, it is an interface with God. Okay. It's not about, some people turn it into like a very, they rigidify its elements and bring it down to something about like a textbook exam. So to some people, this faith, they treat it like a textbook exam, that there is a yes, no, it's a binary. Have I got this answer right? What is the capital of France? Did I get that right? Did I get this right? This is how they engage. And sure, if that's how somebody wants to engage with it, that's up to them. I would say, however, that this deen, it's not about trying to be a textbook exam for you. It is about nourishment. It's about a relationship with God. It's much more dynamic, much more enriched and alive. It doesn't have to, it's more like art as opposed to mathematics. You see, that's what it's like. And it's that expression that Ar-Rahman khalaqa al-insan, allamahu al-bayan, taught him not speech, expression. So in light of that, I've seen some discussions online, and maybe in the future we can cover them in more depth. But people were wondering, does the term, this term ameen, that was the person's name that just questioned, but this is ameen, is your name is ameen, but as we write like ameen, amen, this term that is used across the Abrahamic faiths, so from the Judeo-Christian tradition right down into Islam, so Hebrews, Christians, Muslims, they all use this ameen. And there was this discussion, I'm sure if you go on YouTube you'll find loads of it, that people have tried to have attempted to argue that purportedly this is Amun, the Egyptian sun god, Amun Ra, and because his name without the vowels could be Amin, Amun, Aman, it could be because they don't write the vowels, and that the Hebrew people, the Israelites, picked this up when they were in Egypt as part of their generational development. And people have argued that this then took on a meaning with them. And then it was passed from them to the Christians, and it was passed right through the Middle East, and it became this word, which means people generally say that. So in Arabic, the linguists say it means it's a fi'l, it's a ismu fi'l. Okay, they call it an ismu fi'l, which is a noun that an imperative noun. So a noun that has a command to it, or we say command or an imperative in grammar. So what that means is istajib, reply, please. So Allahumma, Allahumma ameen, Ya Allah, please accept. So people have attempted to cast doubt, and I would say, look, these things, firstly, it's not categorical that that this must mean Amin Ra, but even if it did, even if, let's say, 3,000 years ago from 3,500 years ago from today, when the Israelites were in Egypt, that they did adopt this word, let's say, if that was the case even, and there isn't compelling right now, I mean, from where we stand yet, from what we have of Egyptology, there isn't compelling proof that this is from that. This is an argument that people have put forward, and there are quite a few videos about it on YouTube. And some people seeing it as a tragedy and a betrayal to the faith and shirk and all these kind of things. And others saying this is propaganda and all this. But the point is that even if this is of that origin, it doesn't matter, because words are a social construct. See, words evolve over time. So it doesn't mean that today we may use a word and it may have a similar, so it may have meant something slightly different in the past. It may today mean something bad. It may today mean something good. Today, not just today, a lot of terms that were, so for example, people use the term wicked, bad, as positive terms. That's wicked. You backtrack a few generations and that was a negative term. So words they exist. Language is a social phenomenon. It is a social construct. There's no such thing, as Wittgenstein had argued, that as a private language. It doesn't exist. Language exists only publicly as a social phenomenon, an epiphenomenon. So words over time may adopt different meanings, and they may come to be used in different ways. Okay, so it doesn't matter. The point is what it means in this context, not what did this word mean. So if you take many English words today, and you go back just 400 years, 500 years, you'll see that, oh, this word is taken from French and this word is taken from Latin, and it meant something different there, and it meant something different here, and it means something different there. And it does, but that's irrelevant. That what does it mean today? So that's what's important. Okay. So I thought I was just reminded by the name Ameen, that it doesn't. So I thought I'd just shed some words that these things, what is relevant is you today and your devotion. That your devotion to God. You see, and a beautiful reminder for that. Seriously, I think it's so overwhelmingly wow. Is in the Quran where Allah says they ask you about Safa and Marwa. That, and Allah says, Inna Safa wal Marwata min sha'airillah. You see, and if you read the tafsir like Qurtubi and different tafsir, if you read Fakhruddin al-Razi, I believe, and Ibn Ashur as well, but Qurtubi, I believe, highlights the discussion as well. The reason they were asking is because many pagan Arabs used to worship certain gods on Safa wal Marwa, and especially, what was it, Iskaf wa Na'ila, the two estranged lovers that were on each of these mountain tops, or mounts, not mountains, but mounts, hills, and they were distanced by the wrath of God. So there was this Jahili kind of myth that existed. And you see, so there were several, I don't know, it's difficult to say whether they were majority or minority, but Mufassirin like Qurtubi and other people will say that some people from the Ansar, from Medina, from the Sahaba of the Prophet ﷺ, they clearly understood this Safa wal Marwa had mythological beliefs associated with it. It had these, these kind of false gods. So this verse, I think this verse is so beautiful as an axiom in life. Take it wherever you want. That just look at how Allah answers this. Because some people may believe that, look, Safa wal Marwa, it goes back to Ibrahim alayhi salam and Hajar going through. So that's one narrative associated with it. The other narrative is, no, it goes back to these two figures who were kind of blasphemous, profane, and they were lovers, and they were distanced by the wrath of God, and then the pagans used to go between them. So now the question is, they asked the Prophet, and Allah reveals in the Quran, Inna Safa wal Marwata min sha'airillah. Allah. You see, people, when they are saying these things, when they are going towards, because which people? Obviously the Muslims now, because it is the Muslims that were going there. When they are going between these mounts, when Muslims today are using the word ameen, when Muslims today do certain, let's say we point towards the Qibla, when we do certain acts, these are sha'air, these are symbols. It's symbols, ain't they? These are symbols that reflect back or symbolize our devotion to God. They, in and of themselves, nobody worships a mount. Nobody worships the Kaaba. We don't worship the Qibla. We don't worship these things. We don't worship a Mus'haf, the Quran. We worship Allah through these means, by reciting, by praying, by pointing, but these are symbols. Sha'air Allah. فَمَنْ تَطَوَّعَ بِهِمَا. Whosoever saw these, and here tatawwa doesn't mean whoever does this voluntarily. In Arabic, tatawwa can mean voluntarily. This means whosoever treated this as a ta'ah. Man tatawwa bihim. See, if you considered a devotion here. فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ شَاكِرٌ عَلِيمٌ. Allah. Take this as seriously an axiom, a qanun for life. In this verse that Allah has given you, that whosoever is devoted to God by these symbols, symbols are just symbols. You know what? You've got, somebody could say, well, this is a book and this is the Quran. To somebody, they're just both books. Somebody that doesn't comes across the Quran for the first time, it's a book to them. Somebody sees the Kaaba for the first time, they see a building. They don't know, they just, let's say they've never understood Islam, don't know what it is. They just see a building, a cube-shaped building. It's not the thing, it's the devotion. It's your iman that sparks that life. And Allah says, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ شَاكِرٌ عَلِيمٌ. Allah, now look at this, Allah is grateful. I mean, does it get any better than that? Allah is grateful to you. Allah doesn't need to be grateful to anyone. Allah is grateful. Wa alim. Why alim? Why end it with alim? Allah says, Inna Allah shakirun rahim. Inna Allah shakirun kareem. Inna Allah because you might have some question, you might have some, but what am I doing? Or what has this person said? But you know, what if, yeah, I'm devoted, but this person is saying, you know, I don't, Allah knows. Relax. You know, kalmate. Don't worry, Allah knows. So you just concern yourself with the devotion. The rest, leave it to God. So that's, I think it's a beautiful lesson from the Quran, which extends far beyond the ayah in itself, and it's a canon, it's a qanun for life that we take with us. Right. Okay. Salam from Mongolia. Wow, Golden Calf. Much love for the super chat, man. And wow, I'm honored. I'm honored. Mufti Saab, your hairstyle reminds me of Gail. I was a fan of Gail back in the days. I you know what? I've put it away now. I used to have an arcade machine. I had one specially built, a retro, and I used to have Street Fighter and all those games on it. And I used to have it in my library, and I moved it actually about, I think, at the beginning of the lockdown. And so, yeah. Where's Gung? You know what, guys? Leave those things alone. Leave, you know what? I honestly, I don't see any khair or any benefit. I think there's enough of, there's enough hatred in the world as there is. Let's be a source of love. You know, you've got a certain amount of energy. You use it how you want. You know, if you want to invest it by getting, and you can get embroiled in these things. You know, what do I think? Let people be. You know, if Farid wants to do his thing, let him do it. If other people want to do it, let them do it. You be a source of your goal, a reflection of your commitment. Okay. Otherwise, where does this? It's nothing but futile. Yeah. I'd like to see you review Shahab Ahmed's book, Magnum Opus, What is Islam? Yes, I've actually got that. And it is a big book though, I have to say. Or is it just daunting because the size of it is like, but yeah. So I will, inshallah, maybe. Right, so some say the Hindu word has connection to ameen, but I doubt it. Yeah, I don't think so. From what I'm aware of, is not a name of a Hindu god. Is I think they use it to mean like hamd, the word hamd, like we'll say alhamdulillah, like that. So they'll use it as the word hamd. But if I'm correct, I could be. I'll have to double check. I believe it's an onomatopoeia that's kind of just developed. So it's not that they. So this word isn't a word that originally meant that word. It didn't originally mean gratitude or praise, but it's through mindfulness that, because what happens is in mindfulness and meditation, if you take yourself to such a maqam, there is a vibration in reality, and just as the earth has a vibration, and there is a vibration of being, and people experience it, people of the path of consciousness. And this is why many people of the mystics, the Islamic Muslim mystics, had said that when the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, before wahi, would often go into the cave, and he would go and he would fast for days, and he would go there for days. And why in a cave? Why fast? And why in those conditions? And this I do feel is unfortunately a part of Islam that many Muslims, I'm not saying purposely, but for some reason it's been left unattended to and ignored, but it's such a precious part of Islam, this mindfulness, that the Prophet would do this without fail. He would prepare his mind and his soul, and there would be sensory deprivation, light, being in the dark, and at times food deprivation in the sense of fasting, and then there would be breathing. And this is the state in which the Prophet, he clears and grounds his soul, you see. And this is where many Muslim mystics have said that when the Prophet described entering the state of engaging with wahi in Sahih Bukhari, he says, يَكُونْ كَسَلْسَلَةِ الْجَرَسِ. It is like the ringing of a bell, like this. And this is the sound that people try to reflect in many mindful practices, that kind of that humming of non-stop. And this hum, which some have argued is it's like the frequency of being. This is, if I also understand it correctly, where so Hindu mystics developed the term Om, because it represented the sound like So it's not actually, and then they just use the word to mean praise, like shukr or hamd. That's how I understand it, Allahu A'lam. But in Islam, leaving alone, how the Hindu yogics did it, but in Islam, many Muslims that did focus on this, it's mesmerizing, and it's wow. And I feel that it's such if only more people did more research on this, because this area of the Prophet's life and the Prophet's devotion and commitment and his kind of mindfulness, you can't deny it. It's such a core part of the Prophet's life. And it gets eclipsed by all the events that happen afterwards. And understandably so, because many people ain't too sure, because at that time, they weren't as much maybe with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but many people were. Many people were his friends and who are later companions as well. So, yeah, but I feel this is something incredibly important. And Aurangzeb's brother, from Mughal India, the Mughal Empire, Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb, his brother Dara Shikoh, he also writes this in his Risala, that this humming of what the Prophet ﷺ, would hear, this kind of which is described in Bukhari. He brings this up as well, amongst many other mystics. Surprisingly, in India, quite a few did. But it's a shame a lot of that Indian Muslim heritage is kind of I don't know if it's found, but it's I don't know if it's lost, sorry, but it's definitely difficult to access now. Because in India now, unfortunately, may Allah make things easy, and by India I mean the whole Indian subcontinent. Islam is really only fashioned by the last 100 to 150 years. So really it's just since the British Raj, since the British declare independence, they declared their British Raj 1857. Since then, Islam, whatever Islam we have from India is pretty much from that time only. And the rest is just that almost 1,000 years before is just missing. So you occasionally hear somebody say, yes, so even people will speak that, like Shah Waliullah Dahlawi. So we have a few of his works, but really a lot of, because he's not in a vacuum. He's from this whole Delhi school, and where are the Delhi scholars? Where are their works? Where are their things? It's all, unfortunately, see, this is why I was saying earlier on, it's so important to be devoted, because it's too easy to get derailed into denominational fighting, sectarianism. It's too easy, and when a person gets into it, they get locked, and then so much time and energy goes in that so much khair gets lost, falls by the wayside. And that's unfortunately what happened in the Indo-Pak scenario, because of the infighting and the infighting and the infighting. And now Islam there is only of these three schools. There isn't really any other kind of flavor to Islam. And, or, arguably, that's a gross generalization, but you get the gist. Right, so right, let's take a look. Right, so okay, let's bring this up. All right, so Bismillah. I thought let's speak on Rizq, such an important topic. And I thought let's begin. Speaking of enlightened quotes, a quote by Maulana Jalaluddin Rum right there: before death takes away what you are given, give away what there is to give. Just a kind of wake up quote. And it's interesting because it'll come back, it'll tie back to this. So keep thinking, keep that in the back of your mind, that before death takes away what you are given, give away what there is to give. Because truly in giving, there is a life. You see, you bring something to life. You also kill a bit of the nafs. You kill a bit of the nafs. But when I thought about, let's cover this topic of Rizq because it's so important, and I thought about giving and receiving, it's all very too important, or it's all incredibly too important to highlight that Rizq does not have to just mean money, okay, or food. And I wanted to first of all just begin with that, lay the ingredients out. So Rizq is providence. What is given to you, this kind of divinely granted, bestowed providence from God. And often people think, yeah, rizq is food. It is food. That is rizq as well. Nobody's saying that isn't. Rizq is what is written for you in life. True. Rizq can also be your goals, your ambitions, your time is your rizq. And I thought to exemplify that, look how beautifully it is in this hadith about where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam speaks of his wife Khadija radiallahu anha, and he says, "Ruziqtu hubbaha." Allah, that I was given as a rizq. I was granted as a rizq her love. You see, even love is from rizq. And why is that important? Because sometimes you see people that they haven't been granted that. Lam yurzaqu. You know, that the rizq is of many categories. It doesn't have to be, sure, money is also rizq. Nobody's denying that. Having a flashy car is a rizq. No, having nice clothes, a nice house, having these things is rizq. Having happiness is rizq. See, this sometimes people forget to tell you. Having love is rizq. Ruziqtu hubbaha. That I was granted as rizq her love. Sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And I thought that's so important to just begin by just highlighting that rizq. I know when we think of it, sustenance comes to mind. And by that, we think of nourishment, nutrients, money. We think materialistic terms, which nobody's knocking that. But these are lower order rizq. There's higher order rizq as well, which is emotions that you are given as rizq. Happiness. You are given laughter as rizq. You're given love. You're given the ability to handle emotions as rizq. Think about that. And then with that in mind, think about this lesson of it is by giving, or it is in giving that we receive. That if you want to expand in something, try and give it. So it could be wealth, it could be emotions, it could be happiness, it could be laughter, it could be love, it could be ambition, it could be whatever it is. You have to give it. You have to exert it. Health, you have to exert your health to get more health. See, success, it pulls success. Like you have to put in whatever you want, you have to spend from that. So if it's, and it could be at a lower order of things like money and wealth, but it could be what I would call higher order rizq, which is more the abstract form. Ideas, rizq. This is all rizq. And in light of that, some Quranic guidance. Now, beginning is a very there's a very popular verse, Surah Hud, that we've all come across. That وَمَا مِن دَابَّةٍ. Okay, now those of you, this is the beginning of Juz 12. وَمَا مِن دَابَّةٍ فِي الْأَرْضِ إِلَّا عَلَى اللَّهِ رِزْقُهَا. This is incredibly important. Why? First of all, just finishing the ayah, وَيَعْلَمُ مُسْتَقَرَّهَا وَمُسْتَوْدَعَهَا كُلٌّ فِي كِتَابٍ مُبِينٍ. Surah Hud verse 6. Now, there's another verse just after it in Surah Al-Ankabut, and we're going to take a look at that. But let's just come back to this. وَمَا مِن دَابَّةٍ فِي الْأَرْضِ إِلَّا عَلَى اللَّهِ رِزْقُهَا. Allah. See, sometimes we get worried. Let's go back to the lower order. They're the ones that really bother people, isn't it? Food, money, wealth, my job, my career, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to make that promotion? Am I going to make this target? Am I going to make that deadline? Am I going to be able to make this payment? Am I going to be able to make the rent? Am I going to be able to buy that car? Am I going to be able to put away that kind of money? These things are what concern everyone. Lower order kind of wealth or money issues, often, or sustenance. There are people who will I have enough money for food next month? There are people right now as we speak that are rationing, that are thinking maybe of their children first, thinking, will they have enough this coming month, this coming week? Will they have enough? May Allah make easy their struggles. Ameen. Thumma ameen. Right? But this verse, look where Allah brings our attention. Because you're worried. You're in that situation, you're worried. It's natural. Allah takes your attention away from you to begin with. So the first thing, see, you got to understand the mindset. You take it away from you. You've got reasoning faculties. You've got planning capabilities. You've got intellectual capacities. This is you. All these modalities in your brain to think, to plan. I know I could do this, I could do that. I've got these social networks. I could reach out to this person, do that. I could try over here, endeavor over there. You can think about the future as though you are living in the future and planning. Animals don't have that capacity. They just act in the moment from instinct. They have to seek out their food. Are they going to come across it today? This is generally speaking about creatures in the wild. And it could be any kind. It could be right down to an ant. All the way to a lion. It could be any creature. It doesn't think, right, next week, Tuesday, okay, what am I doing? I know, I'll head over to this place. It doesn't have the capacity to think like that. They think iconically in icons and they act out of instinct. وَمَا مِن دَابَّةٍ فِي الْأَرْضِ, Allah says, إِلَّا عَلَى اللَّهِ رِزْقُهَا. Allah said, the too cheesy guy, that what are you? I am sustaining the entirety of creatures. Every creature, its rizq is already written from God. Now you think, okay, the ant, the beetle, the leopard, the wolf, everything. It's now, where has Allah placed insan in this category? وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. Allah, you have a much higher maqam in the eyes of God. It doesn't mean that you're always a better entity. Some humans are capable of, of abysmal atrocities that even animals wouldn't do. Animals don't set up concentration camps. Animals don't nuke one another. Animals don't do certain atrocities that humans do. But insan as a species is much more beloved to God, has that maqam. He and she here, as in they've been granted consciousness with a capital C. So you go straight from illa ala Allahi rizquha, remembering that, look, if you think God can sustain all these creatures, have a little faith for the love of God. Have a little faith. And then see how the verse comes straight back. وَيَعْلَمُ مُسْتَقَرَّهَا وَمُسْتَوْدَعَهَا. Now, this is a fascinating, two incredibly fascinating words. Mustaqar can mean a place of settling or like dwelling, as they've said, or mustawda, a place where it's laid to rest or put away, or so these words can mean different things. So as in mustaqar, where it is, mustawda, maybe it's goal. And you think, okay, kullun fi kitabin mubin, it is all but in a clear book. Now this kitabun mubin, meaning it is all laid out, destined. But what's important here, Wallahu ya'lamu mustaqarra. This is speaking about the animals coming straight back to you. Why you? Because you're worried about rizq. Allah is reminding you, but He knows your settled state and your goal. What are you doing to get to the mustawda? You see, you have to take those steps. It is, yeah, Allah will give, but He knows also. This guy's sitting back. Ya Allah, give me. Allah will give, but you have to put the effort in. Huzzi ilayki bi jid'in nakhl. As Maryam alayhi salam, she's heavily pregnant. She's still reminded, shake the tree. Why? Allah could just make the dates and that fall down. They could just, why? As a reminder for mankind that you must, man jadda wajad in Arabic. You have to strive and then it will come to you. So you're not just going to sit there and, it's like food ain't going to come flying to you. You have to take the steps. يَعْلَمُ مُسْتَقَرَّهَا وَمُسْتَوْدَعَهَا. Forget about people. God knows really where your goal is and where you currently are at and what you are doing. And we all fall short. But this is such a beautiful reminder, a very popular verse. I thought, let's share that. And from Surah Al-Ankabut, verse 60, which has a different nuance to it. وَكَأَيٍّ مِّن دَابَّةٍ لَا تَحْمِلُ رِزْقَهَا. Allahu Akbar. Check this out, people. You're going to love this. Right? And how many creatures, Allah is saying, how many creatures that وَكَأَيٍّ مِّن دَابَّةٍ لَا تَحْمِلُ رِزْقَهَا. Do you see it carrying its rizq around on its back? Allahu yarzuquha wa iyyakum. Wow, honestly, that وَهُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْعَلِيمُ. This, check, honestly, when you think about this, you're going to absolutely love it. How many creatures do you see? Because sometimes you could be worried. A person could be worried that, look, I don't know what's going to happen. What's going to happen next month? What's going to happen next week? What's going to happen in 2 months' time? Am I going to get kicked out of a job? Am I going to find this job? Am I going to... Allah says, وَكَأَيٍّ مِّن دَابَّةٍ تَحْمِلُ رِزْقَهَا. Do you see these creatures, any of them carrying their rizq around? وَكَأَيٍّ مِّن دَابَّةٍ. Now look at this. That وَكَأَيٍّ مِّن دَابَّةٍ, Allah is saying that how many of these creatures لَا تَحْمِلُ رِزْقَهَا. Now notice Allah didn't say no creature ever, because that wasn't the point. Because yes, there are creatures that do, obviously they stock away and they do things, but Allah was bringing your attention to the general everyday. Creatures don't plan like you. They don't have that luxury to kind of do things like, well, generally, hey, la tahmilu rizqa, carries its food around with it. I might get hungry on the way, I'll carry this, and I mean, they might carry it from point A to B, but they don't generally, like human beings going on a journey. I'll tell you what, I'll take a few sandwiches with me, and I'll take a few this, and I'll take a few drinks, and I'll take a few. La tahmilu rizqaha. And how many creatures do not do that? God said, Allahu yarzuqaha. But along the way, God feeds them. Wa iyyakum. He's got your back too. Just have a little faith. And I think this is such an important, and why when Allah ends it with wa huwa as-sami'ul alim, why? Because people cry out in dua to God, and they think sometimes, does God even hear me? Preempting that, Allah is saying wa huwa as-sami'. See, it begins with sami', begins with hearing. He is all hearing. Why? Because he knows you're already crying out, thinking, does God even hear me? Allah is saying, wa huwa as-sami'. He's all hearing. Al-alim. Why? Because the next thing you're thinking is, but does he know that next month I'm going to bloody lose this job, or I'm going to be out of a wage, or I'm going to... Al-alim. And he's all knowing. Taking you back to the beginning of the verse. Do you see these creatures carrying their rizq around? See them with packed lunches. See them on Uber Eats. You don't. Allahu yarzuqah. Allah feeds them, sustains them. Immediately follows it by wa iyyakum. He sustains you too. Sometimes you forget that. It happens. You forget it. But God's bringing you back in. Honestly, such an amazing, beautiful reminder, wallahi. I had to, and with that, there's just in line with that, these two verses, which I thought are so important. One from Surah Al-Hashr, verse 9. And starting from here, there's some before it that, let me just bring this up. وَلَا يَجِدُونَ فِي صُدُورِهِمْ حَاجَّةً. And this is Allah speaking about people who of faith, and is describing this now. لا يجدون في صدورهم حاجة مما أوتوا. That people, you see, when they have something, sure, you can love it, but they don't find themselves, they don't find their hearts occupied with what they have. وَيُؤْثِرُونَ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ وَلَوْ كَانَ بِهِمْ خَصَاصَةٌ. This is what I want to share, this part, that they will prefer over themselves, even if it had in it some suffering for them. It may not be a lot, but it may be some suffering. وَمَنْ يُوقَ شُحَّ نَفْسِهِ. And whosoever is protected from that kind of stinginess of their soul, فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. And the final verse, which we've covered before, from Surah At-Talaq 3, and I'm just going to come back to the one above, that وَيَرْزُقْهُ مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا يَحْتَسِبْ وَمَنْ يَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى اللَّهِ فَهُوَ حَسْبُهُ. That Allah, He provides from where people least expect, and whosoever relies on God, Allah sees through for them. Now, coming back to the verse from Surah Hashr, that وَيُؤْثِرُونَ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ وَلَوْ كَانَ بِهِمْ خَصَاصَةٌ. Let me give you an example. We've all, at some stage in life, had something. No, it could be just something we're looking forward to, a small delight. It doesn't have to be huge. It could be something to eat, something sweet, or something you just got hold of. You thought, oh my God, I haven't had that in ages. Oh my God, and you've just got one, and you think, and you're just looking forward to eating it. These, or maybe to drinking it, or to maybe just something small, but you have a certain amount of joy tied up with it. It happens in life, these little joys that we have. And maybe at that point, somebody like your child, maybe, or your friend, or somebody said, you've got that. And like, and let's just say in this situation, you just had one. I'm sure we've all been in this situation. And the first thing you do is like, it's your child. You'll be like, you have it. You have it. Or if it's a friend or someone, you have it. Yeah, you have it. You have it. And يؤثرون على أنفسهم. You prefer over yourselves. You see, we all do this. We all do this. And to some extent, even if there is a bit of khasasa, there's like, oh man, I looked forward to that all day. And there could be a little joy in life. This happens, it's relatively easy. It's relatively easy doing that for your own child. For your friend even, it's easy, relatively. You feel, it's okay. But it ain't easy doing that for a third person. When there isn't that emotional bond, a stranger, you're just about to eat something that I couldn't wait. Oh, it's a hot day. I've got this ice cream. Oh, yes. And a stranger comes up, homeless person. It ain't easy. There isn't that emotional bond with this person. It's not your child or your friend or your family member or your neighbor. It's not. It's who the hell are you? See, this is where the struggle gets real. Allah. وَيُؤْثِرُونَ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ وَلَوْ كَانَ بِهِمْ خَصَاصَةٌ. Sure, you have a choice. I'm not saying you need to give that away. It's a tiny, tiny, minuscule struggle. Minuscule. Doesn't even exist in the serious scheme of things. But you see, this is a sign of true faith. Allah. In the Hadith it says halawa. It's a thing of taste, experience. And it is in giving that you receive. Remember that whatever it is, whatever sacrifices with devotion are made, if it is your time, Allah will bless your time. You will find all of a sudden things getting done in your time. Sometimes you give time and you've got a bunch of other things to do and you think that I'm never going to be able to get, but things get done. You think, how did all this stuff get done? I mean, just someday get super productive. I don't know, but it could be in emotions. You extend compassion to someone, care, love, and you find it building within yourself. You extend knowledge. You find your learning. It's amazing, isn't it? It's paradoxical. In fact, there's a saying in Arabic that تعليم المتعلم طريق التعلم, that teaching a student is to learn twice, roughly speaking. So, because when you're imparting, it is by giving that you receive. And it's the same thing with many aspects. You give people happiness. This is something that I think we all want happiness, but we forget about giving it, extending it to other people. That's a huge thing as well. Think about that sometimes. And I think, so these verses have an immense lesson. And to really remind us that not only that rizq is not just restricted to sustenance. That is an important part of rizq, but it goes beyond that. Providence, this divine providence, is in anything. It could be in emotions, in understanding, in knowledge, in compassion, in humanity, in time, in you name it. It is all ultimately bestowed upon us. And going back to that quote, of Maulana Jalaluddin al-Rumi that give before death. That, you know, from what you've been given, that you might as well give from it before you go anyways. So it's going to, you've got this opportunity. But may Allah bless us all. It is truly, I think it's always important to remember as well that there are many people, and we're all included, but I'm sure many people in, you know, much more dire circumstances that are struggling, and may Allah make things easy for them. Ameen. Ameen. People, let me take a look at some of your messages. Spread the good vibration. You never know who might need some. Shukran, Mahmoud Abdul Baqi. Shukran, may Allah bless you. Ameen. Clear. That's me, the emotional one. Well, God bless you. God bless you. Can I have a copy of? Can I have your copy of Nawadir wal-Ziyadat? Nawadir wal-Ziyadat and that commentary on the Sahih from Egypt. That commentary on the Sahih. Which commentary on the Sahih from Egypt? And my copy of Nawadir wal-Ziyadat. Have I got two copies of Nawadir wal-Ziyadat? I don't think I have, you know. There's my Nawadir wal-Ziyadat. I can't see another copy of it. I think at one point I did have a copy. I'm pretty sure I gifted it away. I'm pretty sure I did. So obviously, if I do have a spare copy, you're more than welcome. Yeah. So, hope you're good. Shukran, shukran. I am likewise. Please bring Raza. Which Raza? It's quite a few Razas. Love you with all my heart and soul. Shukran, shukran. Love you too, yeah. No, you have one. Just give before you go. Yeah, if it'll benefit you, chalo, yeah. Throw the volumes at him. Somebody throw the volumes. How many volumes are there? You know, this Nawadir wal-Ziyadat. Let me tell you a little story about this Nawadir wal-Ziyadat. This is going back to maybe I don't know, the year 2001 or something, 2002. So in between, I'd left Damascus and I'd gone to Pakistan, and I was doing my hifz. And I did my hifz, and then, so that's in the late 90s into the early 2000s. But then I went back to Damascus again for a little while to recite the whole Quran and get ijazah in the Quran. And when I was there, I did a bit more shopping on Maliki Fiqh. So I remember buying like the Tartib al-Madarik of Qadi Iyad. And so I went back to Pakistan now. And then I was reading through. So I was in Karachi. And now I think I'd studied there 1-2 years or whatever it was. But so it must have been like, I think maybe 2002, something like that. And I was going through, I must have gone through most of that Qadi Iyad's Tartib al-Madarik, which is a book on biographies of Maliki scholars, because I was really keen. You see, the thing is, you know, when I became Maliki, I didn't, you see, sometimes there's like an equation in nature, an algorithm, which somehow works like the more access you have to something, the less drive you have to attain it or obtain it. And the less access you have, the more drive you have. I don't know, but I found this to be so often the case in life, not just with me, with people. I feel it's like an axiom of nature that, so since I didn't have that many Malikis around me, and there was a Maliki scholar, that a Mufti, Mufti Sheikh Salim in the madrasa, but there wasn't generally Malikis and generally Hanafi thing. And so my drive to learn about the Maliki madhab was like on steroids. Like I was so keen to learn, like I was like a sponge when it came to Maliki stuff. I would just learn. I couldn't get enough of it, like because I felt I needed, I don't know, because I didn't have access to as much. So I was so much more hungry for it. And uh, Tartib al-Madarik by Qadi Iyad is a biography book on Maliki scholars. So people would often ask me in the early days, oh, who are like some big Malikis and who are this? So I felt I needed to know everything. Like I felt like, you see, it wasn't easy for me to say, oh, wait there, I'll just ask him. So I didn't have that luxury. So I felt I have to know all the big scholars. I have to know their names. I have to know where they were, their stories. I have to know their books. I have to know what they did. So I would just read these biographies, and I'd make notes and I'd highlight. And so, so I was reading in Tartib al-Madarik by Qadi Iyad, where he speaks of Ibn Abi Zayd, who is the dawn of the Maliki madhab, the huge, he's known as Young Malik. He's from Qayrawan in Tunis. And he's like, you're talking like maybe 3 centuries after, no, he dies in the, so about 3 centuries after Malik. So, and he is one of the early figures who starts summarizing texts. And he has the Risala, which is incredibly popular, but he also had the kind of Mukhtasar al-Mudawwana, and but he's huge, and he's this firm figure within the Maliki madhab. And he has this book. So whilst I'm reading in the Tartib, it says that, and he had this kitab, وصنف, kitab al-Nawadir wal-Ziyadat على ما في المدونة من غيرها من الأمهات. Allah, that he wrote this book called Nawadir wal-Ziyadat, which means the rarities and the extras, the additional kind of quote citations in it above what is in the Mudawwana, which is the main, like a main book of the Maliki madhab, from the other mother texts. So I was like, and then Qadi Iyad says, wow, and he praises the book, and he says, well, very few Malikiya could rival this book of his, and it's like an epic. And I was like, whoa, and I was so excited, like, oh, and I felt like I wish I could I wonder if this book actually exists. And it's early days for me as well. I'm learning all of this. And I just remember reading and thinking, wow. And he writes that in his day and age, I think he says it was 100 volumes. Qadi Iyad writes, if I recall correctly, this is like I read it about 20 years ago, so I might be, but I recall it as he wrote like 100 volumes it was in. So in that coming year or so, I'm in Karachi, I'm in this bookshop, and this guy used to have this bookshop close to the other. So I was in Jamia Binoria, but there used to be another madrasa called Binori Town, which was in a place called Gurumandir. And that's the classic kind of Binoria. And my one that I was at was a spin-off by somebody called Mufti Naeem. May Allah bless him, he's passed away. And so in that area, you had a whole bookshop, kind of like, like a whole street of bookshops. So this one guy used to bring these random Arabic books, and he used to go to Balochistan, get them from Iran, smuggle them through or something, I don't know, and just randomly sell them. So I'm in this bookshop, and I used to love going there sometimes. I'd spend like a whole night there, and I buy my books like randomly. Like you have to just leave me in the bookshop, and I'll just kind of walk around, and I'll just be like, wow, that's interesting. Okay, put that there. And I'll be like, wow. And this is how I buy my bookshops. I mean, this is how I buy my books at bookshops. This is how I buy my books. And so I'm there in this bookshop, just sitting there, just lounging, just taking, and I'll read through this and I'll read through that. And this is how I used to also acquire more knowledge, because I would pick up a book, and the first thing I would do when I pick up a book is I would see who the author is. So I'd go into the quick intro and learn just a bit about him. Who's this author? His name is, let's say, whatever, Shahab al-Qarafi, whatever he is. He's from this century. I might read who were his teacher students. He lived in Egypt. Okay, now flip to the index, or the contents page. Usually it's an index in the Arabic books. What does this book cover? It covers these things. Okay, that's interesting. Let's read this one particular thing. So I've read some. So now I've got a like I've got a map of this book in my brain now. And then I might randomly flick to a random thing and read something. Now I've put it away. Now I've learned about this person. I know he wrote this book, and I know this book roughly contains these kind of themes if I need to come back to it ever. So this is how I often kind of build up my map of learning when it came to Islamic stuff. So now I was sitting there in this bookshop, and I'm moving these books, and behind there in this pile on the floor, as I'm sitting on the floor, I read Nawadir wal-Ziyadat Ibn Abi Zayd al-Qayrawani here in Karachi. What? I was like, whoa. I was like, whoa, get away from me. I need that book. I bought that book. I was so excited, honestly. You know, I have to say, certain things in life have brought me such excitement that it's weird sharing it because it sounds so odd. So, like that, books used to be one of those things that I would get so, but that because it was impossible. I had just read about this, like, let's say, so many months before. And I read about it as in not assuming it's in publication. And it was just recently at that time brought into print by Dar al-Gharb. But yeah, it was amazing. So I still have it, and Allah. See, but this is where I say that the more you get in life, the more you lose some of that fire. And that's kind of sad as well. Like I see it in myself as well. Like I see that, like, you see, at that time I never used to have so much money to buy so many things. And books were expensive, and I was a student of knowledge, and I used to really envy people that had a lot of money and could buy books. And because I really wanted so many books at that time. This is why I used to just gobble them up when I used to be at the bookshop. I used to read, what's this, and I just make these maps in my mind of these books, and I used to so like think, wow, some people are so lucky that they have all this money to buy all this stuff, and you know, it doesn't mean anything to them. Like, they're not interested in it. And then with time, you know, Allah gives you, and you have that capacity, and you can buy books like unlimited to, but then that it loses that fire and that spark. It doesn't have that same excitement. You know, فَمَا الْحُبُّ, what is it? فَمَا الْحُبُّ إِلَّا لِلْحَبِيبِ الْأَوَّلِ. Allah. That first love. What is it? मुझसे पहली सी मोहब्बत मेरे महबूब ना मांग. Don't ask me for that first love. That's difficult. It's life, I guess. It's life, but there's a melancholy in that. That's quick scoping a book. Yeah. You know, I think the Lord provides. He does. Allahu Akbar. Yeah. That is a way to scope things, I guess. That, you know, I think it's interesting when we can anchor things back in our own life, because our life is like, to us, it's like a story or a movie, I guess, or a series. And it's interesting that now when I think of that, you can anchor certain things in adulthood, in childhood. Like, I remember when I was in primary school. So things back then weren't really so glorious, as you can imagine, and it was like the 80s. And so, but I think they were slightly exceptionally more difficult for probably some of us than they were for others. And I remember that, see, we weren't really allowed to, like, we didn't have much luxuries. And we never used to get to watch many movies. And we used to watch, so my dad used to often watch Bollywood. So he'd watch probably a movie every night or every other night. This is why we picked up Urdu as kids, because we used to, that was the only thing we could do, was just, I suppose, watch that movie. Now, English movies seldom, like maybe it was Christmas time and this movie's coming on the TV, or we managed to watch a movie, but we never really were allowed, like we weren't allowed to ever get a movie that was in English. But kids at school would speak about movies. Like they would say, oh, have you watched this movie? Oh, I remember Die Hard came out, or these other movies, have you watched Rambo? Have you watched this? And maybe as a one-off, we'd get to watch a movie, like an English one. Like maybe somebody would come to our house and they'd kind of watch it with, I don't know, maybe my dad's friends might bring a movie and they might watch it. We might watch a movie like Rambo or something. And otherwise, we never used to have that luxury. And often what me and my my brother, so it was only a year older than me or so, and we had to go to the video shop to get these movies for my dad. And so we were just kids, but we used to go there and we had to go bring them back. So when we were there, what I would do is I used to just read. In that day and age, they used to have the old movie boxes. So I used to just read the movies and the description. And I used to like read the quotes. They used to always have like an epic quote. They would say, lightning never strikes twice. They were wrong. Like these kind of quotes. And I would read that, and I'd read the story at the back. And then I would just pretend that I've watched the movie. And so, you see, so in school, when kids would say, oh, have you watched this? I'd say, oh, yeah, I've watched it. In this would happen and this would happen. And because I'd read all these kind of things, and this was my way of kind of socially keeping up to speed with the class or with kids, because other kids, they would have watched stuff. And it's interesting how you develop a certain mindset, I suppose, navigating through your world as a child, because I must have been, I don't know, 8 or 9 or something. And then you can see that in different ways and later on in life. Like even when I'm then learning about these books and stuff, in many ways, it's like a reflection of this younger act as a kid, doing that with like movies and learning this in order to learn, amazing, huh? How life, how it kind of just, how things are sequenced and patterns, where they emerge and what chapter is connected to what chapter. Allahu Akbar. All right. So yeah, let's see, what's this? Mufti, with rise on of attacks on Muslim communities in the West and in South Asia, including concentration camps, do you predict another Holocaust? I don't predict a Holocaust of that kind of scale of the Nazis. I have hope in humanity, and despair is kufr and haram. La taqnatu, and Allah tells you, la ta'asu. Do not give up hope, do not despair. Okay, la ta'asu min rawhillah. You're not allowed to do that. Okay, and I genuinely as well. Not generally, I genuinely have faith in the betterment of humanity. Like I do believe that humanity, it kind of goes off track, but it has that heart in it to always come back. And I believe it will. So yes, we have seen the rise of right-wing populism and things like this, a kind of fascism. But there's voices that condemn them. There's voices everywhere that condemn this wherever it happens. And may Allah make things easy for these people. Ameen. Right. Somebody says I missed a super chat. Let me see. Mufti, Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh population area massive. Why can't the governments introduce contraception? I don't think me answering that question is it's going to affect the population control or dynamics of any country. You see, I would feel that there, these things are more kind of social, a collective kind of unconscious and a kind of zeitgeist, a feel of a social collective of people. There's a mixture of things in there. So, for example, there will be cultural values, religious values, educational issues, how educated people are, accessibility, resources. Because if you don't have what you need, then, and if it's not distribution of these resources, allocation, there's corruption. I mean, there's a lot of issues that are kind of that are going on, and they're not always in all Muslim countries. So not all Muslim countries, as you've clearly highlighted, the Indian subcontinent, it's not all Muslim countries are like that. So it's not that, for example, I don't know, let's say Tunis is out of control in population. It's not. And I don't know whether, to be honest, I agree with out of control is the right word. I do believe that, as Elon Musk says, I kind of agree with him, that I think it's a myth that we are overpopulating the earth. I do believe in that. But I also accept that there ought to be, you see, the overpopulation is a myth. That said, it shouldn't, on many occasions, family planning is a different discussion. So not everybody that's family planning, in fact, I would feel most people that are family planning are not family planning based on the earth is being overpopulated myth. They are family planning in relation to their own lives. So, for example, let's say somebody thinks that, well, okay, we've got married. Let's think, these couple of years we're going to be focusing on this. We're not going to focus on kids because we need to sort this out, that out, this out. Then I think we're at a right age when we will kind of, or I don't want to have kids at this age. I want to have it a bit later on. And now this is a person's own perspective. Now, some people may say that's right. Some people may say that's wrong, but that's their own choice. There is a multiplicity of views. If somebody feels that that's haram, then that's to them. They shouldn't do it. These people that are doing it clearly will be following the other opinion, that they feel it's okay to do that. So then that is a different discussion, because many of these places, maybe they are having children. They don't want to have the children, but then they're thinking, oh, it just happens. And then it keeps happening, because if, as you can imagine, and then they just struggle. They don't know what to do. So you'll get people that will have so many kids, and they will think, and then a lot of them, the whole thing, and this becomes a very intricate discussion then, because it's got so many nuances to it. Because people will then bring in the equation of destiny. People will bring in the equation of Rizq. People will bring in many equations. But you see, amongst all of these as well, Allah has given you. See, you would never know how life would be unless you took that path. See, you only know how it is because of the path you took. So such it is. And such it was always meant to be, since that was the path you took. It's amazing, it's like in quantum physics. You see that the quantum field is an area of potential, and from it, um, you will get properties will emerge, but how they emerge, where they emerge, consciousness will have some element in dictating that. So I feel, these things should be, but I don't agree in the myth of overpopulating the earth. I don't think. I do agree with Elon Musk that that's just a myth. But I do agree that people should do things sensibly, not be irresponsible, not be kind of just blame it on God. Don't do the blame it on God thing, because God gave you capacity, He gave you the intellect, He gave you reason. وَيَعْلَمُ مُسْتَقَرَّهَا وَمُسْتَوْدَعَهَا. He knows where you are and what the goal was. And what did you do to get there? So, and then the problem with this is because the whole topic is tied into sex. That kind of complicates everything, because in the Indo-Pak, and I think this is, maybe I could be wrong, but I think this is more so. I don't know about Bangladesh, how sensitive they are to the topic of sex. I get the impression that they are less sensitive and more natural towards it. I could be wrong on that, but this is the impression. But the Pakistani, and especially the northern India, that kind of region, it is just an utter taboo. So the problem with that then is anything to do with it, you're not allowed to talk about it. So if you can't talk about it, you can't deal with it, and then you have horrible incidents. You have people say, well, this is, but then people will do things. People in places like that, in Pakistan, I remember they would, like, women would end up getting pregnant. Maybe they just had sex with someone out of wedlock or something, and they would just literally throw the baby, literally, like tie the baby up and chuck it in a canal. I remember my uncle, may Allah bless his afterlife, he rescued a baby from this sewage canal in a sack, because people said they could hear crying. He was he was like one of the inspectors of that. I mean, that's the vicinity he lived in as well. But so he rescued it, and the baby had been, I think it was it was like a relatively newborn. He was saying it is an amazing, such a cute and beautiful baby. And it was this boy that the mother had wrapped the boy, and she tied him in the sack so tight and chucked him that my uncle paid for his kind of medical intervention. They had to do all these things. He couldn't, because the way they'd strapped the stomach so tight on the thing, he remained constipated for weeks and things, that my uncle was telling me. And he paid like so much money, had doctors look at him. He said that he took him home, like he took care of him personally, and he said that I will adopt him if he's, inshallah, he survives. Baby didn't survive. It died after, I think, like maybe a few weeks or something. It just couldn't, because they'd kind of tore the organs inside. It was too excruciating. Now, that's horrible, but there is that is the verse of the Quran, إِذَا الْمَوْءُودَةُ سُئِلَتْ بِأَيِّ ذَنْبٍ قُتِلَتْ. And the child will ask, over what crime was I killed? There is a guilt on whoever did that, presumably the parent. But then there is a guilt on society. Why was she put in a position to do that? You don't walk away guilt scot-free. You don't walk away like angels. You created an environment where she would be forced to do that. No person in their right mind would do something like that, would bear a child for 9 months and then rip its organs together and chuck it into a sewage canal. No person would do that. But you created an environment where she, for whatever bizarre reason, did something like that. Everybody holds some responsibility. So this is these things are incredibly complex. May Allah make things easy. Yeah. And I think sometimes we have to, this is why there was in Pakistan, there was a great philanthropist, Abdul Sattar Eidi, and he had a center where he would say that, look, if you don't want your baby, don't kill it, leave it here. And we will, he had like orphanages and things like that. And they had like a section where you could just leave a baby and go. And it was disappointing that some of the clergy, may Allah guide these people, they would condemn him and say that he's encouraging zina, you see, and they would curse him and swear at him. And this is not, it's, you have to see a bigger picture, that whosoever saves a single soul, Allah, it is as though they have saved mankind. Yeah. Let me. Quran is literally false but metaphorically true. I don't. Categorically, no, that's not the case. The Quran is true. To say it's literally not true, I don't know what would give you that suggestion. Maybe like a false reading of the Quran, maybe like a misinterpretation of the Quran might appear to certain people not to be true, but the Quran is categorically true. Maybe some people haven't understood some verses, and that's why it appears like that to them. The Quran, see, people, you have to understand something, and I said this in a discussion once with I believe it's with a few ex-Muslims. I believe it was with Abdullah Gondal and also with, I think, Vidu Vids. And I'm not sure if we discussed that when I discussed it with Haris Sultan. That you see, when you say true, what do you mean by true? And I'm sorry, but you don't get a monopoly on that definition. What do you mean by true? When a person says this is true, what do they mean? What how do you define true? And then when I said this, some of the people they got rattled. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? It means exactly what I'm asking. What does true mean? Objectively true, scientific, empirically true, philosophically true, rationally true, logically true, perceptibly true, symbolically true, metaphorically true, literarily true. What is truth? Now you may say, well, truth is simple, but that's because your mind is just so simple that it doesn't perceive that. If I told you I'm wearing a blue shirt, is that true? Objectively, it's not true because color doesn't exist. It's just simply an interpretation by your visual faculty. The visual cortex is simply reading a reflection of light and a wavelength in a certain way. That there's no absolute categorical truth to that. Sure, there's an intersubjective truth that we've arrived at. It's not absolute, it's not categorical, but it's intersubjective. It does the job, it's good enough. Do people die? Is that a truth? Yeah, it's true from a particular, cellular death. Does consciousness die? Does it? How do you arrive at that being true? So when people reduce it to a binary like that, it's really just indicative of a restrictive mindset. You've got the questions wrong, or you've not understood the questions yourself. Say, well, is scripture true? Of course it's true. Well, what is truth? You're saying, well, what kind of truth? Are you measuring it empirically, like with a test tube? Is this what you're doing? It's not a science book. The Quran is scripture. It's expression. It's art. It's the way art is kind of received. Scripture is received like that. It's an experiencing. Sure, it has a message in there. It teaches about certain things. It teaches about God. It teaches about people. Well, you could say, well, okay, did these people exist? That's a question. That's a historical question. Now you're speaking about historical truth. Yes, we would say these people existed. Now, you could say, well, there's no historical record of Abraham having existed. Fine, but that doesn't deny that he existed. So at most you could say that there is no, you could say, well, history hasn't preserved Ibrahim alayhi salam since he was 4,000 years ago. Well, there's no surprise there. We're not expecting history to have preserved him. It's an oral tradition. You should read the book, The Edge of Memory, that speaks about the oral tradition coming down from at least from the Younger Dryas, almost from at least 10,000 years. You have the Aborigine research that is done in there, the various kind of subcultures, ethnographic research that is done in The Edge of Memory. They speak of oral traditions of memories being passed down, often as narrative, sometimes just descriptively, for anything between 5 to 10,000 years, and in some cases allegedly more. How does that even happen? How do you explain that? You see, you're just kind of dumbfounded. You don't know how to answer it. The Aboriginal cultures, when they would explain that there used to be land there, and then now we know there was land there, and they would explain it exactly, although they would have a mythological version to explain what happened, but it was the kind of Younger Dryas, the mini ice age that rose and it sunk, but that's like over 10,000 years ago. How did they have that story still? So I think sometimes we have to humble ourselves I get it that we're passionate to know the truth. I get that, but we have to humble ourselves. You see, we are not even a blip on this radar. So it's, yeah. Mufti, advice for a new Muslim after reading and having a basic knowledge of the Quran and watching your channel. Where would a person go next? Any books or the scholars you could recommend? Sure, excellent question, Nora. Shukran. Right, scholars. Wow. There's so many. Obviously, learning from people like Sheikh Hamza Yusuf, I would say, sure. I mean, that he's always giving a wonderful message of kind of knowledge and growth and compassion. I would say when it comes to learning, if it's possible to learn Arabic, that would go miles. Seriously, it'd go light years in your development. A person, it is a journey. They have to kind of pick and they have to kind of learn certain things. I would say if you could start learning Arabic, it would really help you massively. It's just so beneficial because everything is nested in the Arabic language. Then there's things like learning about the Quran. The Quran, Ustad Noman Ali Khan has many kind of snippets on the Quran and tafasir, and I haven't heard many of the recent ones, but ones from before he had in great depth and detail. So if you want to listen to the Quran, that's definitely something he could and one thing that Nak would often do, which was really good, is that he would keep it non-sectarian. So there you go. That's something. Which are the Sheikh Khalid Abul Fadl is definitely a great voice of reason. I would say, look, learn wherever. Don't be restricted to who I just named or people. To be honest, I don't know when people say name someone, it gets difficult because I'm not up to date and I don't watch these people's, like, maybe like a lecture, a clip might come up. Like, let's say, for example, something came up of let's say, I don't know, I mentioned NAC, so let's say Ustad Noman Ali Khan's clip came up and I watched it now. It might just be one off, like something comes up on YouTube and I watch one, but I'm not up to date with stuff. So maybe I've now mentioned a scholar. Now I'm not watching their material, and so it becomes difficult for me to say, because then people might say, oh, well, I watched this thing and this person said this, and then they hold me to account. It's like, well, I'm not responsible. So, and then I don't know, then they might say, well, you recommended him. So this is why I have to kind of caveat things by saying, look, just go to anyone, wherever your heart settles. There is a beautiful hadith where the Prophet ﷺ, he says about goodness is what matma'annat ilayhi nafsuk. Okay, that what your albir, that this is what your heart and soul will find tranquility in. So if you come across something, you find it, you think, wow, this is, I like this, and it gives me peace, then that's wonderful. These are, I think, I don't know. I struggle to, because of these reasons. If I'm being honest, it's just these reasons. I don't know who to say because I don't know what people are doing currently. And for all I know, they might be in the middle of some kind of a campaign about something, and I mentioned them, and people say, oh, Mufti. So I have to just be reticent, Yeah. So, but just look, there is so much available. If you do constructive learning, like you learn about, let's say, the Arabic language, now that you could dedicate 12 months to, and that's done. Okay, so, and then you've got access to the Quran yourself, at least at a reasonable level, not maybe advanced, but reasonable. So that will open up a whole new world. Then in the second year, you can build that up. By the third year, you will be reading these texts yourself. You won't even need these scholars. You won't even need people like me. You'd be reading yourself. Right. So, Mufti, what are your... right. So, yeah, Bayinat TV is pretty awesome. They do have, as far as I'm aware, NAC did used to run these Arabic courses from his TV thing. I don't know. I've had a lot of people praise them and say they were really good in the past. I do believe so, that because he was very committed. I haven't seen them myself, but I've heard a lot of praise about them. So you can check them out. I know that. Oh, in fact, you know what? Since I'm saying some names, since I've said some anyway, there is Sacred Texts Institute. Sacred Texts Institute or syllabus? Sacred Texts Institute, I think. But it's in the UK, and that has a Sheikh Sajjad, SJAAD. Now, I could definitely 100% vouch for Sheikh Sajjad. He is definitely somebody very grounded, very knowledgeable, and on point. Like I know he's not involved in anything as far as I'm aware, and he never says anything that's out of order, and he's very, in fact, he's very kind of reserved on certain things, but he's very profound in his learning. So there's a place. See, now that you reminded me, I'll definitely recommend if reaching out to Sacred Texts Institute. He's the scholar. I can definitely, I don't know, I'm sure they've got others, but him, the Sheikh Sajjad, I can definitely say, yeah, that's a solid teacher, well-grounded all round. Like whether it's going to be history, whether it's going to be theology, philosophy, fiqh. Another person, if you're interested in Maliki stuff, I would say Sheikh Sidi Iqbal. who is on Facebook as Muhammad Iqbal, which is going to be like an impossible name to find on Facebook. But maybe if you check one of my mind traps, I'm sure I must have a link for him, because one of my early mind traps is to him. But I'll try and maybe leave a link or something to his Facebook page in maybe the description. And he just teaches, because he keeps a low profile, but he teaches Maliki fiqh. And that's for people interested in Maliki fiqh. He's incredibly well grounded. He is. And he's somebody who is an absolute gem, I have to say. You know, I am very humbled in his presence. And yeah, so these are people I would definitely, in addition to that, I could say Sheikh Akram Nadwi. He has an institute, I think it's called As-Salam Institute. But he's somebody see, these are people like who I could 100% know that these people are, you know, that like they are this kind of source of energy that is grounded. And these people, like who are mentioned, like Sheikh Sidi Iqbal, Sheikh Akram Nadwi, even Sheikh Sajjad, I could say, you see, their whole thing always beams compassion. Like I know that they will always be going towards the light of compassion. That's what they're gravitating towards. So that is enough to just have trust on, because they're knowledgeable anyway. So yeah. So these people, I hope that helps actually. Seema, shukran, much love for the super chat. Is Islam supposed to be easy, or is it normal to feel like you have to make huge sacrifices? I think Islam, the deen, is meant to complement your life and not impede it. You see, so the deen is not meant to be difficult. In my perspective, people may disagree. Some people may say the deen is meant to be about hardships. To me, the deen is not meant to be about hardships. It's meant to complement your life and not impede it. But life will have difficulties. You see, so it's not, the deen is the light that is shining on the path. The path is a stony path. Inhi pattharon par chalkar aa sako to aao. That's it. So you have to, the path is rocky. It's rocky terrain. That's life. There'll be some smooth, some up, some down. The deen is like the light. It's the moon shining down, giving you that light. Okay. To me, it's not meant to be difficult. That would be like clouding it, eclipsing it. To some people, they may feel that gives them meaning and the deen is meant to be difficult, but really it's not. Imam Shatibi has a whole section in his Muwafaqat where he says that people who seek out hardship, he says seeking out hardship in and of itself as hardship, he says is forbidden in Islam. Surprisingly, his opinion seems to be counterculture, even though he's addressing it as a mainstream view. He says that hardships happen because life happens and your reward is more immense, but to seek out hardships is, he argues, forbidden in Islam. And so it's, a person shouldn't. So for example, let me give you an example. Let's say a person thinks, I know, let's say I'm going to, I have a choice. Let's say I've got an injury and I've got an injury on my body, and I think, well, you know what, I'm gonna do wudu, but I have here Islam tells me to do tayammum. Let's say the doctor said, oh, if you wash it you could get infected, but I say, but so what, if I get infected I'll suffer and suffering will be for God. I'll put up with this, this is my iman. That's not iman. That is just lacking in a true understanding of Islam. Okay, Allah wants you to take the other options. So Allah has created tayammum. We didn't come up with it. Allah tells us about tayammum in the Quran. So it's almost like you're coming from a place of love. I get it, for greater sacrifice, but it's misplaced. Your love is. Okay, so right, let me just check what's going on. All right, so let's. All right, people. I thought let's go to a snippet from the Seerah. Allahu Akbar. In light of this topic, people, which is about Rizq, divine providence, and it is about that by giving and in giving it is that we receive from God. In light of this, let's come to a personality from the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ, Hakeem ibn Hizam. And I'll just tell you a brief bit about him. He's somebody who is older than the Prophet ﷺ. He was very well known amongst the sub-clans of Quraysh. His name is Hakeem ibn Hizam ibn Khuwaylid. Khuwaylid is the same Khuwaylid. Those of you that remember when we mentioned just earlier today, when we spoke about the Prophet saying he was as Rizq, Ruziqtu hubbaha, the love of his wife Khadija radiallahu anha, who is Khadija bint Khuwaylid. So that is the same Khuwaylid. So she is the aunt of Hakeem. So this is who he was, and he was from this. If you remember, even Khadija radiallahu anha had a business. She was from a very prosperous and well-to-do family, and so this whole clan were well known. And there were a few families that before Islam, when the Kaaba was there, they had like an absolute behind-the-scenes pass. So they could go into the Kaaba. Not every person could just go, in Jahiliyyah days, not every person could just go into the Kaaba. They were only the prestigious families. And Hakeem ibn Hizam's family, so Hizam and so on, these people, they could go in there. So they were those select families. And some people have said that Hakeem, that his mother, when she was in there and she went into labor and gave birth inside the Kaaba, so Hakeem was born, this is before Islam, way before Islam, and he's older than the Prophet. He's, some say, maybe 8 or 10 years older than the Prophet ﷺ. He was born in Fi Jawfil Kaaba, inside the Kaaba he was born. And so he was somebody of opulence, and he grew up, he was popular in Mecca, and he's one of those people, he didn't embrace Islam straight away. Prior to the Prophet receiving prophethood, he was a good friend of the Prophet ﷺ. I'm not saying he was always with the Prophet, but he was a good friend. He was older, slightly older than the Prophet, and he had a good bond with him. And he was somebody very well to do himself. The Prophet as well would trade and was a merchant, but Hakeem ibn Hizam, he was quite established, and people looked up to him. He was quite charming amongst Quraysh. When the Prophet left and began his da'wah and began prophethood and then was in Mecca, Hakeem seems to kind of withdraw. He doesn't really, he still likes the Prophet, but he doesn't embrace the message himself. Then the Prophet migrates to Medina. And he does have a soft spot for the Prophet. In fact, there's an incident where he travels to Medina once. You see, because he is quite well to do, and he's quite, he's got opportunities and stuff, and he buys this very expensive suit. So a suit for them was this what they would call a hulla, and it was a bit like a kameez kind of thing, and it was like a sarong, an izar, dhoti that they would were underneath. So he buys this expensive kind of garment, which apparently is sold by like some royalty, the Yazin or somebody, and he buys it and he comes and he gifts it to the Prophet, but he's not a Muslim. And the Prophet says to him that I can't accept it as a gift. And the Prophet says to him that, look, we're in very critical times. I can't be in debt because there's been wars between Quraysh of Mecca and Medina. It's not pleasant times. The war could erupt again at any point. And the Prophet ﷺ teaching us, look at this point even, teaching us character. The Prophet said, look, I can't. And he said, I brought it all this way. And it's an outstanding suit. And the Prophet ﷺ said to him, okay, let me buy it off you. Allah. Wallahi. Look at this. We're just digressing here. Look at this snippet. The Prophet said, let me buy it off you then. I can't be held in a favor, not with these looming circumstances. It's just not right because there's like a Cold War standoff going on, and I can't do that. So he allows the Prophet to buy it, and the Prophet bought it. And one of the reasons as well, you see, the Prophet ﷺ wasn't himself, he never condemned people wearing luxurious kind of items and clothing, but himself, he wasn't drawn to that world. And the Prophet knew that I'm not going to wear it, you see, and if it's mine, I'm just going to gift it. And if I gift this person's gift, it may offend him. So let me purchase it. Then it's truly mine. And the Prophet does actually, he gifts it. And then there's this whole incident where some person is, Usama ibn Zayd is wearing it, and Hakeem ibn Hizam actually sees him and they have this altercation. But Hakeem ibn Hizam, giving you some backdrop to him, at the Fath of Mecca, the liberation of Mecca, he embraces Islam before the Prophet ﷺ arrives in Mecca, but when the Muslims are on their way. And you can see here, there's a quote as well, that just under where it says his name in the center, Hakeem ibn Hizam, قال رسول الله إن بمكة لأربع نفر. So Allah, he says that أربع بهم عن الشرك وأرغب لهم في الإسلام. And the Prophet says when they were approaching Mecca, he said, there's 4 people, prominent people, who I have this thing in me that I feel that they are removed from the pagan practices. And I really have this kind of hope that they will embrace Islam. And he says, and from them is Hakeem ibn Hizam. This is before the Prophet has reached Mecca. And before the Prophet reaches, he had always had a liking for the Prophet. And when he hears that the Prophet is coming and now maybe circumstances will change, he thinks, what, it's high time. I need to embrace this message. So he comes out to the Prophet and sends the message out that he embraces Islam before the Prophet even arrives at Mecca. This is why he's one of the people that the Prophet says when he enters Mecca and he's offering sanctuary to people. And the famous statement that Man dakhala dara Abi Sufyan, whosoever enters the house of Abu Sufyan is secure. And whosoever enters وَمَنْ دَخَلَ دَارَ حَكِيمِ ibn Hizam فَهُوَ آمِنٌ. Something, wallahi, on another side note here, learn how to engage people through the Seerah of the Prophet ﷺ. These were people of importance. They weren't just anybody's. Abu Sufyan was a person of high standing amongst his people. Hakeem ibn Hizam was a person of high standing. Even though he was very loving towards the Prophet, Abu Sufyan was very anti the Prophet. And sometimes circumstances put us in a position where we are against someone. Maybe in our heart of hearts, we don't have issues with them, but circumstances have made it so. Change the equation. Look how the Prophet taught you. Just change it. Because you see, it says, as Winston Churchill said, he said when they were trying to defend the Suez Canal, and then they end up attacking and facing quite a bit of a defeat, and he says that defeat is one thing, humiliation is another. You see, because it's one thing just losing, but being insulted and degraded, this is something unnecessary, and it is a totally different genre. Remove that from the equation. Abu Sufyan, who hates the Prophet at that point, he's in this position where he's in the rival, he's the arch nemesis. What does the Prophet do? Gives him respect. See, you wouldn't have expected that. If I say, Man dakhala, whosoever enters his house is safe. Sure, people are going to rush there, but who does that give prominence to and respect to and honor to? To the person whose house it is. Everybody's rushing to my house. Hey, take me in, take me in, take me in. I'm all of a sudden in a very noble position. And I didn't expect it. You see, compassion and respect. You give respect. You see, it's that rizq. Whatever you give, you get. It could have backfired. People say, well, it could have backfired. Sure. You never lose anything by giving respect. The Prophet said, Man dakhala dara Hakeem ibn Hizam, fahuwa ameen. You're solidifying that bond between him and Hakeem. And it works, I'm telling you, because the hearts are created in such a way that love melts you. Honestly, love will melt you like nothing else will melt you. You'll feel that wow. Especially where you least expect it. It will shake you to your core and recreate you in better form. Honestly. I tell you, it's one of the most amazing things. I have to say, one of the things that really kind of brought my world to an existential review was the amount of love I received, and from unexpected places. You see, where you least expect it. It'll change. It brings you face to face with your true self. It's a reality check. This was, I meant, after the incident. So you've got here at the Fath of Makkah, Hakeem ibn Hizam, he embraces Islam. And then he moves to Medina. Now, following that, he does partake, he's with the Prophet ﷺ, and they partake in expeditions and do different different projects and things, and he's with the Prophet side by side. Now, there comes a time after the battle of, I believe it was Hunain. So the Prophet ﷺ, there was a certain point where he would distribute wealth amongst people. And wealth would include actual gold and silver. But, to the Arabs back then, wealth was not as much gold and silver. That was there, but that was secondary or even tertiary. What was primary wealth for them was things like camels, horses, cattle, goats, sheep. That kind of livestock was primary wealth. And then wealth was stuff like food, like staple food, like wheat, barley, that kind of stuff. And then land. And then things like gold and silver. Gold and silver, we think that they traded mostly in gold. They didn't. Most of their trade, or a lot of their trade, put it like that, was still in bartering. So Hakeem ibn Hizam turns up, and this is such a beautiful hadith. Honestly, you're going to love this hadith. Seriously, wallahi, you're going to take this with you for the rest of your life. The Prophet ﷺ he's distributing wealth to people. Hakeem ibn Hizam turns up, and he asks the Prophet ﷺ, he says, can I have some? The Prophet says, Na'am. And he gives him. And he gives him so many camels, so many, whatever it was, an allocation. And he's still there. And then somebody else, the Prophet is distributing, and he says again, he says, can I have some more? Allah. You see, insan. See, Allah says in the Quran, "Ala hubbil khayri la shadid." But this is our fitrah. Fatra, tilka fitratullah allati fatara an-nas 'alayha. That hubban jamma, that person, his love for. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam gives him again, and a little while he says to the Prophet, he's still there. He's got this. He's got more. And people are there as well, and people are watching, and he's had it's like he's had, I think some of the narrations say 100 camels now, and so much, and the Prophet's distributing, and then he says, because there are surplus, for example, stuff that is then kept to be utilized, and he says to the Prophet again, he says, A'tini. He says, can I have some more? Allahu Akbar. And the Prophet ﷺ gives him again. 3 times. You see, people are watching. Not once does the Prophet say to him, no. Now, it's not that the Prophet didn't feel that, look, what is going on here? The Prophet gave him again, this 3rd time. And then it's such a famous hadith. We've got it there as well. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam says to him, and he says, Ya Hakeem, inna hadhihi al-amwal hulwatun khadira. Allah. And in some narrations, this dunya, inna hadhihi dunya khudratun hulwa, in some narrations, and in some hulwatun khadira. This wealth, this world, it is appealingly attractive. It is, isn't it? The Prophet's not denying that. You see, this is the beauty. The Prophet is not denying that it isn't that. It is that. See the greenery, like khudra, like how nature appeals to us. That's how the Prophet is describing sweet, hulwatun khadira. It's like so sweet and appealingly attractive. The Prophet is saying that. He says, فَمَنْ أَخَذَهَا بِسَخَاوَةِ نَفْسٍ. Whoever embraced it with a richness of their soul. It's not about, you may not be rich, but you are rich at heart. Dil hai yaar. A person, it's not like his heart is rich. He has some contentment. The Prophet is not saying don't take it. فَمَنْ أَخَذَهَا, whosoever took it, بِسَخَاوَةِ نَفْسٍ, with a richness of the soul, بُورِكَ لَهُ فِيهَا, they will have a blessing. They will be blessed for them in it. وَمَنْ أَخَذَهَا بِإِشْرَافِ نَفْسٍ, whoever took this world with this kind of this lust, this kind of self that is greedy, watching over it, lam yubarik lahu fiha. Did the Prophet say he won't have it? No, he'll have it. The Prophet is saying he'll still have it. but the barakah is taken away. What does that mean? كَانَ كَالَّذِي يَأْكُلْ وَلَا يَشْبَعُ. It's like the one who eats and eats but doesn't get satiated. And then the Prophet crowns this statement with this final line. It says, وَالْيَدُ الْعُلْيَا خَيْرٌ مِنَ الْيَدِ السُّفْلَى. Allah, so beautiful, honest, wallahi, look, that the hand, the higher hand, the elevated hand is better, is better than the hand below, the hand that's giving and the hand that's taking. You see, no point in that statement did the Prophet reprimand him. Did the Prophet say to him, you know, this dunya is evil. Why do you want so much? Are you greedy? Are you not making it about you? The Prophet begins by acknowledging, you know, this dunya, it has an appeal, doesn't it? Affirming that it has an appeal. Then the Prophet doesn't say, don't take it. Don't go after the dunya. It's the devil deceiving you. It says, you know, whoever does go after it seizes it. Man akhadha bisakhawatin nafs. No, but with a richness of their heart. They get a bonus. God will bless it for them. وَمَنْ أَخَذَهَا, whoever seizes it بِإِشْرَافِ النَّفْسِ لَمْ يُبَارِكْ لَهُ فِيهَا. They still have it. The Prophet never said they won't have it. He didn't say cursed, or you cursed, or the greedy. That's not how you teach people. Sure, they want it. It's natural to want things. It's natural to want. The Prophet understands. This is the Quran saying, look, that Allah is saying, innahu, that insan is lihubbil khair, that he has this deep love in him for wealth, for the dunya, for it's natural. We want power, we want these things. The Prophet is not saying, don't do this, you're greedy, you get away, oh, I'm disappointed in you, oh, no. I was saying, look, you'll still get it, but it just won't have the barakah. Some people, have you noticed, some people, they eat and it's as though they don't get satiated. Allah. And then just reminds him something. You know, the hand that gives is better than the hand that receives. Not knocking the hand that receives, not saying that the hand, because people sometimes need to receive. Just look how delicately, Allah, delicately nesting that. But the hand that gives is khair. You know, they say Hakeem ibn Hizam this struck him so powerfully that he took this oath to himself that wallahi, after this day, to himself, this is not something he had to do. He said, I will not take from, my hand will always be the giving hand, never the taking hand. And he lived on after the Prophet ﷺ. He lived a very long life. And he passes away in the Khilafah of Muawiyah radiallahu anh. And throughout Abu Bakr's time, or Umar's time, you know, whenever there was certain distribution of wealth, and his name would often be in the list. In fact, there's an incident, Umar, where he's trying to give it to him and he would refuse to take it. He says, I made an oath to myself, a commitment, that my hand will always be the giving hand. And Umar, even on one occasion, had to have people testify to say, look, I'm trying to give this to him. This is his allocation. This is allocated to him. I'm trying to give it to him. Look, he's not taking it. But wow, you know, this is honestly, such an amazing hadith. And what I love about it, and I'm sure you guys totally, wallahi, and I feel that this isn't emphasized enough, is how the Prophet described it, not denying any of it, not trying to say, look, this is evil, you're like this, you're like that, and not even once saying no to him. And he's asking again and again and again. And the Prophet's not even once saying la. He's giving it, he's giving it, he's giving it. It's like, how much more? And then the Prophet, just such a, a sweet reminder that, this dunya, it does have an appeal, doesn't it? But when you take it with the richness of the soul. And God will double it for you in barakah. And just remember that the giving hand is always in a place of khair in relation to the receiving hand. Wow. Sallallahu alayhi wasallam. I really feel that these messages need to be in a time where people, I don't know, in a time where the true character of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is often distorted. It is so important that we reconnect with this true character, with this true personality of the Prophet ﷺ, with the real Seerah. Not kind of, because there's a lot of noise. Okay. So I feel this is always, it's too important to remember these little nuggets and to store them with us, keep them. These are things, stories. Tell your children these stories. Tell people around you. Remember them for yourself. Let it be a lesson. And all of these really, they exemplify and instantiate the verse, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. We sent you as a paragon of mercy, as an embodiment of mercy. So, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. I really want to share that. I thought it ties in with today's. I will share the clip. I'll share the link to. All right. To take on calls. Right, have I missed some? Is this a super chat? Did I miss this? Thanks for saving Islam with the voice of reason. Ponder a bit over controversial verses in the Quran, such as Jews' blessings. Sure, I'm not sure what's controversial about that, but sure, if there's certain verses, you can let me know and I will try to shed some light on them in the future, inshallah. All right, so Allahu Akbar. All right, Ludwig van Beethoven. All right, so I see Saracen, much love for the super chat, Yar. Mufti, you get all these boastful Muslims trying to act like they are defending Islam, but why do majority of them behave as if they lack the akhlaq? You know what? Look, lead by example. And, it's... Who is it that... I think Sheikh Hamza Yusuf shared a quote once. It's an amazing quote where he said I'm not sure who he was citing, where he said it's better to light a single candle than it is to curse the darkness. And I think that's true. It's so true. It's, it's so needed. It's not just true, it's so desperately needed. That, look, you're going to get people all the time. It doesn't matter. Let's not focus on... Because if we're going to focus on people's problems, then, you see, all that does is reminds us what we're lacking. See, this is one of the problems with people who even, people when they're trying to recalibrate, and they'll say they're trying to be more positive, and they'll say things like, oh, I need to be happy, or I need to do this, or I need to be positive, or I need to do... This is actually a wrong method, because what you're reinforcing by converse judgment is that you're currently not happy and you're currently not positive, because I need to be these things. So when you focus on what you don't have, you also reinforce what you don't have. You understand? So it's so rather than just you just focus on the goal itself, which is, so for example, I need to get this done. Get it done. Right. So I'm going to do these 3 tasks this week. Going to do these 3 tasks this week because I know that will then result in me being more productive, being more happy, being more positive. So you don't need to constantly remind yourself that you're not these things. And I think that the message by extension there is, if we look, there's always going to be people, and wherever there's people, there's always going to be problems. And people will have problems with akhlaq, people will have problems with, and these things will happen. And, you know, we can just sit and cry about them and go, you know, people aren't so good. Or we can just follow the actual seerah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we just shine our own light. You understand? Why not be like that? And in fact, that's what really it does it, because people see the positivity. You know, it speaks for it. It doesn't even it connects the kind of frequency. It connects with people. People feel it. They think I feel it, man, and they want that. So yeah. Ludwig saying, I really like your teachings. I'm not Muslim though. Ahlan wa sahlan. Ahlan wa sahlan. I appreciate you just being online and sharing your thoughts, man. You know, it is a family of humanity. That's what it is. Faith at its core is a message of humanity. It's not meant to be about a club. It's meant to be about humanity, not about a club membership. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this is one of the most amazing things, it would hurt him that when things were happening, and when they were happening to other people who weren't Muslim, they weren't, it would, the way the incident of him standing up at the death of the Jewish lady, when he found out, he stood up silenced, and somebody made a comment that, but she's Jewish. The Prophet distastefully looked at him, like, he said, it's a soul. So these things, it's really at its core a message of humanity. This is what it should always the message should be, of humanity, love and compassion. And yeah, and then people are on their own path towards that. Right, so got messages about people and their own love lives. Mufti, invite Dr. Adnan Ibrahim on your live. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Yeah. I don't know. Dr. Adnan Ibrahim, he would only do in Arabic, wouldn't he? He wouldn't speak English, I take it. He's amazing, by the way. I love his work. An absolute voice of reason. Yeah. Any updates on Firas Dhahabi? I haven't actually chased it up, to be honest. I have got a few mind traps lined up, and I've been kind of just preoccupied with, I guess, my own stuff. I should have, inshallah, tomorrow night, Friday morning, a mind trap with Dr. Ustad Abdul Karim Leslie Terabesi. So looking forward to that. That sounds interesting. I do have a mind trap also lined up following week with Dr. Professor Mir Faisal. That should be interesting, hopefully on a bit of quantum physics and a bit on Christianity as well, with Dr. Mir Faisal. And then there's also with Dr. Yusuf Raza on love. So we've got one. We've got a few, and we've got our other people as well, but these are some of the upcoming ones. Right. So somebody speaking about their own struggles. Speaking of struggles, and introducing a bit of light-hearted personality, shall we say, into the equation. And one cannot ignore. Let me bring up here. All right, people. I want to introduce you to Abu Dulama. Abu Dulama. What a personality, huh? So this is a person from the early, like the kind of like the middle Tabi'een era. He's alive at that kind of time. And so he's definitely around when Tabi'een are around. He's a poet. People disagree on his name. And some people say his name is Zand ibn al-Jun, and some people say that doesn't really make sense. It should be Zayd ibn al-Jun or Zabad ibn al-Jun, but whatever. Usually they go with Zand or Zanad ibn al-Jun al-Asti, and some people, whether he was a freed slave or they're not sure. He is a poet, right? An interesting, colorful character that really gets a lot of royal audience, and he's somebody who is he stands out, one, for his self-deprecating kind of behavior. He was ugly. What an accolade, huh? So apparently he was ugly. He was incredibly eloquent, but he would own his ugliness. Like he would be kind of very like he would kind of just self-deprecating poetry. He'd cuss himself, he'd insult himself, and he'd really praise a lot of the Abbasids, and obviously they liked that. Naturally, people like being praised, which makes sense. So those of you that recall, we previously, I think, just briefly spoken about the takeover of Damascus by the Abbasids. And when they took it over, it was, you had people like Safa, who was Abu Abbas Safa, who was like this. I mean, I believe just thousands of people were kind of slaughtered. But so he's in control. He takes it over, and there he encounters this Abu Dulama, who is often just praising the Abbasids. He's praising Safa. He's really, so they kind of like this guy. He's incredibly eloquent. He's weird looking, but compared to his looks, he's incredibly confident. Like he's so confident that he doesn't make any, so witty and sharp, thinks on the spot, that they kind of take him, they find him amusing. So I thought, let's introduce him and some key characters that revolve around him. So you've got As-Saffah, then you've got Mansur, Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, who becomes the caliph. After him, you'll have his son al-Mahdi. You'll have al-Mansur's wife, al-Khayzuran, who is this powerful character as well, personality. We can speak much more about her another time, but she appears in this chapter as well with Abu Dulama. So these are some top names that are kind of appearing around this character. And we can see here, he was somebody that, just speaking about receiving, he would not miss an opportunity to receive. Like he would thrust himself upon the opportunity. Like he would force, like he would just be there, basically just any opportunity. He would just be like to the caliphs, could I please have some some reward or some so it's said that he wants he meets Safa, who is this, this major Abbasid kind of, and he praises him. And here's one praise that you can see in that poem right there. He says that لو كان يقعد فوق الشمس من كرم قوم لقيل اقعدوا يا آل عباسي. Allah. He says, if there were a people that sat above the sun, it would be said to them, like they would have to say as well, that uq'udu, that sit, ya al Abbas, oh the family of Abbas, meaning that if there were people above the sun, above them would be Alu Abbas. You get it? Like this is the maqam of the Abbasids that he's saying that. So you've got, right, I was trying to, he says ثم ارتقوا في شعاع الشمس. All right, that didn't work out, did it? I was trying to, nope. Right, let me just take that back a bit. Right, so he says في شعاع إلى السماء فأنتم أكرم الناس, that this, even such a people who are above the sun, if they existed, they would have to say to Alu Abbas that you guys are above us and you are the most noble of all people. Like, look at the level of kind of praise that he's hurling at the Abbasids. So he meets Safa one day, and sometimes it was his audacity. You know, there's a saying that sometimes if you have the audacity to ask, sometimes you just get. You know what I'm saying? So he meets Safa and he says to Safa looks at him and he says, like, what's up? And he says, Ya Sayyidi, you know, my master. Your master. He says, I have an ask. So the guy says, obviously, king. He says, yeah, what? He says, Kalb Asid or Kalb Asid. He says, I just want a hunting dog. So Safa says, okay. He says, give him a hunting dog. And he goes, Ya Sayyidi. He says, but to be with the dog, I'm going to need a horse. I've got to chase after the dog on the horse. Samjha karo, yeah, samjha karo. So Safa says, give him a horse. He goes, yeah, Sayyidi. He says, I've got a dog and a horse. He says, there should be a servant as well who's going to look after them. I'm not really in a position to look after a horse, am I? Like, look at me, ya Sayyidi. So Safa looks at him and he says, grant, he says, give him a servant. He says, Ya Sayyidi, kamal karte ho. He says, there's a servant, there's a horse, there's a dog, there's me. He says, there should be a maid that cooks food, prepares stuff at home. Hona chahiye na. He says, ye to banta hai. You know that. He says, don't you think so? It's a rational conclusion. So Safa looks at him and says, give him a slave girl. He says, Ya Sayyidi, you've given me all these people, but don't people need a home? He says, I've got the people, I've got the horse and this, but don't they need a home? All this, where is it going to happen? It's going to happen in a home, of course. Of course, Your Majesty would know that, of course. So Safa looks at him and says, can you get this guy a house? And then he says, yes, he says, yeah, Sayyidi. He says, yaar, house ke liye, for a house, thoda bahut land bhi hona chahiye. There needs to be some land. It can't just be a house. Like, obviously, where's the horse going to graze? Where's it going to... He says, samjha karo yaar. This one, you understand, man. man of understanding, man. So they say Safa just laughs and he says, give this guy some goddamn land, get him out of here. So this is the kind of character that Abu Dulama is. He's so daring and kind of outrageous, and he has this audacity to kind of say all these things in front of these caliphs, and so they keep him quite close. They think like, you know what, and he says good poetry, so they kind of like that, and they feel that, yeah, you know, say poetry for us every now and then, and he does. And this is an example here. One day he this is an incident. He was after the caliph Safa and had died. He was saying one of these poems, which you've got right here under the picture, that inni sa'altu an-nasa ba'daka kullahum fawajadtu asmaha man sa'altu bakhila. You see, he says this in Abu Ja'far al-Mansur's time. Now, Abu Ja'far al-Mansur was known for being incredibly tight-fisted. Those of you that have watched I've got a clip on YouTube called about Asma'i, Sawtu Safir al-Bulbuli, the poem that where it's those of you that haven't watched it, definitely advise you to watch it. It's about where Abu Ja'far al-Mansur is trying to con these poets, because he was so tight-fisted. They used to call him Abu Dawaniq, and Daniq is like, so you have a dinar and a dirham, and then you have smaller change, which is made up of more less valuable metals. And these sometimes were known as filths, and where you get the money with the term fulus in Arabic, or some in this time were called Daniq and Dawaniq. And they used to call him Abu Dawaniq because he clings on to them. So let alone the silver or the gold, he's not letting that go. And so in his time, Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, there were a lot of reforms that were taking place. And one of the things he did was he would make people dress in black. And what he did is he would make them wear these kind of hats with these sticks in there that would hold them up, these black hats. And they would wear their sword underneath behind their back, and he would make them write that this is only for in his court, this is not for the general public, but this was for the royal elite, that they would write this verse on the back of their qamis, which was that sayakfika, he's got it, fasayakfikahumullah wa huwa as-sami'ul alim, this verse. So this is how he would have them kind of dressed. So you can see this is it's a strange kind of practice, but he had this going on at a little period of time. Abu Ja'far al-Mansur did. And it's weird. So whilst that's happening, Abu Dulama is in that position as well, because he's from the royal court. So he's in there and he's got this long face. And so Abu Ja'far sees him and he says to him, so you can see here, like, Dakhala Abu Dulama yawman ala Abi Ja'far. And he's told the people to wear black and these long hats with these kind of little sticks inside holding it up, and يعلق السيوف في المناطق ويكتب على ظهورهم فسيكفيكهم الله وهو السميع العليم. And then when he sees Abu Dulama, he says to him, in this dress, he says to him, Ma haluk, he says, what's up, how you doing? He says, Sharru hal, he says, I'm in the worst of conditions, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. And he says, why so? He says, Wajhi fi nisfi, because the hat is so big. It's like, it's like I've just got this is all of my face that I've got, and look at the state of it. And he says, Wasayfi fi isti. And he says, and my sword is up my isti is the rectum. So it's up my behind, because he made them wear their swords, hang it behind. And he says, وَقَدْ سَبَغْتُ بِالسَّوَادِ ثِيَابِي, and I've dyed my clothes black, which wasn't a good thing for people back then. He says, وَنَبَذْتُ كِتَابَ اللَّهِ وَرَاءَ ظَهْرِي. And this is obviously playing on the verse of the Quran that those people who throw the book of Allah behind their backs. And he says, and I've thrown the book of Allah behind my back, meaning that you made me write this on my back, فَسَيَكْفِيكَهُمُ اللَّهُ, that Allah is sufficient for them. And then obviously in the Quran, when it mentions people who take the book of Allah behind their backs, that's as a diss to them, those people. So Abu Mansur, when he hears that, he just kind of bursts out laughing. And he says himself before, Abu Dulama says, we were hoping that our Imam would gift us things. And then he says this poem, وَكُنَّا نَرْجُو مِنْحَةً مِنْ إِمَامِنَا, that we were hoping a gift. فَجَاءَتْ بِطُولِ زَادَ فِي الْقَلَانِسِ. He says, and when he came, the gift he gave us was just wearing like these long hats. تراها على هام الرجال كأنها دينان يهودا جللت بالبرانس. He says, as though they're these Jewish bells that we're just wearing on our heads. And Mansur burst out laughing. And then he said to him, look, he says to him, in other words, that you better keep a lid on it, okay? Because he says, make sure nobody else hears this from you. So they did have this kind of fear, because he was quite like he had no filter. He would just say stuff which is so crazy. And to give you an example of that, this one time, Abu Mansur's wife passes away, one of his wives. Back then, obviously, it wasn't restricted to one, especially not royalty, as you can imagine. One may even be amazed that he realized one of his wives passed away. I'm messing. Right. So this wife was actually one of his, related to him. And as in, not just as a wife, I think she was like a second cousin or something, or third cousin or something. So her name was Hamada bint Isa, and she passes away. So everybody's in a state of somberness and seriousness. And they go out to the graveyard where they're about to bury her. And Hamada's body is being brought as well. So Abu Mansur is there and Abu Dulama's there. Abu Dulama in his mode. So Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, in a moment of, as some may call, mistaken clarity, he decides to speak kind of about wa'adh, about kind of in a preaching manner. He asks Abu Dulama, he says, Ya Abu Dulama. And so people are listening. Remember, everybody's quiet. The body is being brought forward. And he says, Ya Abu Dulama. He says, what have you prepared for this pit? I.e. the grave. What have you prepared for it? So Abu Dulama just looks up and he goes, I've prepared Hamada, your wife. I prepared her for everybody bursts out laughing. Even Mansur totally wasn't expecting that reply. He can't help but burst out laughing. Then he holds it and says to him, behave yourself. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, we're having a moment of somberness and seriousness here. So this is the kind of person he was. And on one incident, it was Abu Dulama. He was known to love his drink as well. He would love a bit of alcohol now and then. And so at that time, the Abbasids, you see, in Abu Ja'far al-Mansur's time, the Abbasids weren't openly, like they condemned alcohol and things openly. Like they weren't, later on, like by Ameen, Ma'mun, and later on Mutawakkil and all these people, alcohol's like kind of rampant. But by this time, it's not publicly acceptable that the caliphs condone alcohol. And they didn't themselves. They didn't at that stage. Like Abu Ja'far al-Mansur generally would have condemned alcohol and stuff. So at this time, somebody tells him, hey, do you know that Abu Dulama was drunk? He was wandering around. The guy's drunk over there. Nashe mein yaar. That what is it? Saki mujhe, that what's the famous main nashe mein hoon, Saki mujhe maaf karo, main nashe mein hoon. That, so Abu Ja'far al-Mansur says, is that true? So he's busy, he's doing something, and he says, look, I won't have it that any of my court, like the people of my royal chambers, that they are drunk. I won't have this. So he says, look, I haven't got time to see to it now. He says, just apprehend him and throw him in a cell. So they managed to catch Abu Dulama. He's going somewhere, he's tipsy. Nazuk mizaj aap qiyamat hai Mir ji. Allah. This is one of Mir's epic lines. He says, Nazuk mizaj aap qiyamat hai Mir ji. Shisha na mere muh lagao, main nashe mein hoon. Something along those lines. He says that he describes his own temperament, that I'm such a sensitive person, that and he says that, move the glass from my lips, that I'm in a state of intoxication. So they catch Abu Dulama anyway, they apprehend him, and he's tipsy, and they catch him and they throw him in this cell. But the place they lock him, that's just close to him, is this kind of like a barnyard. So they lock him in there, and he's there, and he wakes up and he's in this place with chickens, and there's like chickens moving around, and he's locked in this kind of barnyard. And he says and so what happens is Mansur kind of forgets about him. And so he's locked in this place. And he then eventually, like a day passes, and he asks one of the guards, he says, look, please, he says, do me a favor, bring me something to write on. He says, just one favor. He says, you won't regret it. I'll sort you out. He pleads with the guard. Eventually, the guard brings him this kind of kirtas to write on. And on there, he writes this poem to Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, where he says, Amir al-Mu'mineen fadatka nafsi, ala ma habastani wa kharaqta saji. He says, Amir al-Mu'mineen, may my soul be sacrificed for you. Hi. He says that, for what did you imprison me and kind of ruin, like, look at me, I'm in like kind of shreds, I've been thrown here, like, they roughed me up a bit. And he says, over what? He says, amin sahba safiyat al-mizaji ka'anna shu'a'aha lahbush siraji. He says, over a drink that is so pure in its temperament, that as though its flames are being emitted from a lamp. Like, he's obviously praising the alcohol. But then he says, أقاد إلى السجون بغير ذنب ومن غير جرم كأني بعض عمال الخراج. He says, I'm being dragged to a cell as though I'm a rebel who's refusing to pay taxes. Meaning that you get some of these chiefs and tribal chiefs and these people who refuse to pay these kind of heavy taxes, refuse to pay their taxes, and they get dragged to prison. This is how I'm being treated. فَلَوْ مَعَهُمْ, he says that فَلَوْ مَعَهُمْ حُبِسْتُ لَكَانَ سَهْلًا وَلَكِنْ حُبِسْتُ مَعَ الدَّجَاجِ. He says, فَلَوْ مَعَهُمْ حُبِسْتُ لَكَانَ سَهْلًا. If I was imprisoned with them, with these tycoons and businessmen, because I had all this land, لَكَانَ سَهْلًا, then it's cool. وَلَكِنْ حُبِسْتُ مَعَ الدَّجَاجِ. But I'm imprisoned with these bloody chickens. And they say that Mansur, when he heard that, he burst out laughing, and he said, bring him out, bring him here. And he asks him, he says, so what did you do all night? He says, I just made chicken sounds with the chickens. So they used to find him quite entertaining, as you can see, and they used to keep him around. And he would often, any opportunity he had, he would just like ask. He would not, this like the receiving hand. He was just like double, always just any opportunity he'd have. They say to one of the caliphs, he came back from some battle, and Abu Dulama said to him, he said, "MashaAllah, you're back from the battle." He said, "I took an oath." I took an oath. He said, "I took an oath. If I see you, you're going to," he says, "I see you safe and sound, of course. I see you, you're going to pray upon the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam." Caliph said, "Indeed." He said, what a nice thing to do." He said, "And you're going to give me 1,000 gold pieces." I took an oath. So the Caliph said, "Look, as to the first, praying upon the Prophet, of course, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The second, what's that got to do with me?" He goes, "No." He goes, "Yeah, Khalifa, I took an oath of them together combined. You can't tear them apart." And then they would just say to him, "You bloody scoundrel," and then they would give it to him as well. Often you'd say, so in that case, he gave it to him as well. The Caliph did. He said, "You know what? Give him his bloody gold pieces and tell him to get lost." And so this is how he would be on every opportunity. He'd get Abu Dulama would be there, and he would just seize any and every opportunity to ask for something. So, like that, we have this incident where this is another one incredible. But this, before we get to that, one about something to show his quick wit. After Abu Ja'far al-Mansur passes away, his son Mahdi, he actually, Abu Ja'far was really tight-fisted, but Mahdi was actually quite giving and open. So Abu Dulama, from a younger age of Mahdi, he kind of he gets in his good books always, saying a nice poem for him, doing this, charming him. And so he has a soft spot for him as well. And what happens is one day in Mahdi's gathering, Abu Dulama comes in. He's like boxing in, comes along, and Al-Mahdi, the Caliph, is sitting there. And he's got a bunch of people, a dozen, but they're all incredibly prominent people, like tribal chiefs. And what happens is Mahdi looks at Abu Dulama, and he's in that provocative mood. He says, "Ya Abu Dulama," he says, "you have to pick one person in this gathering and you have to insult him." Because his poetry was really good, and he was really good at these, what the Arabs call hijab, which is like insulting poetry. It's like a diss. So he says, "You have to insult him." So Abu Dulama says, "Sorry, what?" And he says, "You better." He says, "This is not an option." Mandatory, this one. So the chiefs get on edge as well, that damn, because think about it, this is a poet and it's an insult, isn't it? You're sitting in the royal chambers and some poets gonna make a mockery out of you. And everybody obviously is, so they all look at Abu Dulama, Chaudhry Saabs, all these big people sitting there thinking, "You better not, you pick me, and next time you're passing through this territory, we then have words, words. So he looks around and he says first of all to Mahdi, he says, "Oh master, ya Sayyidi, surely, like he's hesitating. And Al-Mahdi says, "You better pick somebody that you feel is worthy of what you're about to say, and you better say it." So he immediately responds. He says, "Indeed, labbaik wa sa'daik," and he says, "Indeed, master." He says, "Indeed," he says, "I've looked, and you know what?" He says, "The most deserving in this room to be insulted," he says, "is me." He says, "Banda na cheese." And he says a poem immediately. He says, "Ala abligh ladayka Aba Dulama." He says that tell Abu Dulama, falasta min al-kirami wala karama. Says, you're not from the kind of the noble people. Wala karama. There's no karama for somebody like you. He says, إذا لبس العمامة كان قردا وخنزيرا إذا نزع العمامة. He says, if you wear an imama, you look like a monkey. So, says, and if you take it off, you look like a pig. He says, جمعت دمامة وجمعت لؤما. He says, you combine between ugliness and dishonor and like being wretched. He says, كذاك اللؤم تتبعه الدمامة. He says, that is what wretchedness does. It's followed by ugliness. فإن تك قد أصبت نعيم دنيا. He says, man, even if you have attained some blessings of this world, فإن تك قد أصبت نعيم دنيا فلا تفرح فقد دنت القيامة. He says, don't be so happy about it because qiyamah is close by. They say Mahdi proper, he couldn't hold back and he smirked and he thought, you. He is sharp, incredibly sharp-witted. And he would often do that. He would insult himself in front of people. He'd say, like, I'm such a wretched and ugly person. And they would find it amusing, but then the confidence with which he would do it, he would own it, that they kind of couldn't help but liking him. And so, yeah. So what happens to top that up as an incident and a colorful incident from his life is one day during the time of, I believe, Mahdi's mother, the Khalifa's mother, Mahdi, so Mansur's wife, one of his wives, Al-Khayzuran. Okay, now she is an incredibly important character and personality in Islamic history, and we can actually dedicate a session about her in the future, but just remember and research on her. She was an incredibly powerful woman, and she was like the de facto ruler, and she ruled, actually, one would say co-ruled with Mansur quite powerfully. And then during her son's time, Al-Mahdi, she has this iron fist, and she's kind of irremovable, and she's refusing to concede on her power. And there's this power struggle between her and her son Mahdi, which goes on for a while, eventually resulting in both of them attempting to kill each other, which is a whole tragedy saga in and of itself, and does result eventually in the death of her son, the mother who kills her son eventually. Allah. And we'll pick up on that saga another day. But Khayzuran, she's incredibly a powerful, illustrious, kind of like important character in Abbasid history. She is one day coming out of, I think she's going to Hajj or something, or she's gone out of town, and she bumps into Abu Dulama. Abu Dulama sees her. And this is it. She's coming back from Hajj, and he comes across, and he rushes to her. He knows who it is, obviously, Khayzuran. He's part of the royal chambers. And he says, "Oh, ya Sayyidati, ya Mawlati." He starts praising her, and she says, yes, of course. Bolo, bolo. Speak. He says, ya Sayyidati, chota muh badi baat. As the saying goes in Urdu, that small mouth, big ask, if I may, please. She says, what is it? He says, I've, and remember I told you, he really, he insults himself, he'll insult people around. He says, I'm really living a wretched life. And she says, really? Why? What's happened? He says, I've got this wretched, old invalid at home of a wife that is useless. He says, and it's draining whatever is left of life out of me. He says, please, just one ask, that give me just a pretty slave girl, just one. यार one यार, एक ही से खुश हो जाएंगे यार. He said, just one. So the way he kind of says about his wife, she starts laughing. Like, people around there start laughing, and they say to him, you've got no shame. And he says, come on, please, just one. You wouldn't even notice one gone in your court. So she over there just says, okay. And she leaves. Now, Abu Dulama, he says, Yar, I have to receive. Payment is due, man. Payment is due. So he follows up to Baghdad. He goes to Baghdad. Now, he can't get entrance into that. He can't get entrance into that court with Khayzuran is. But remember, the royal people, like the royal guards and stuff, know who he is, because he's been with Safa, then he's been with Mansur, then he's been with he's with them and in the royal chambers so often that people know who he is, that he eventually gets one of the ladies that is in charge of the palace affairs for Khayzuran, the first lady, or the Khalifa mother in this instance. And he says to her, look, can you please tell Khayzuran that, look, she promised me something. So they mention it, and Khayzuran just ignores it. She's got bigger and better, more important things to deal with. So then he writes a little poem on a letter and says, please give this to Khayzuran. So they give it. And on it, he writes that Ablighi Sayyidati Billahi ya Umma Ubayda. And Umma Ubayda is the woman he's giving it to give it to her. He says, please, and this is the poem, that tell my master, this Ya Sayyida Khayzuran, tell her, Annaha arshadaha Allah wa in kanat rashida. May Allah guide her, even though she is rightly guided already. Allah. You have to begin with you have to praise, the praising. So he says, وَعَدَتْنِي قَبْلَ أَن تَخْرُجَ لِلْحَجِّ وَلِيدًا. He says, she promised me before she was setting out on her way to Hajj, for a girl. She promised me a girl. He says that فَتَأَنَّيْتُ وَأَرْسَلْتُ بِعِشْرِينَ قَصِيدًا. He says, I waited and waited, and I sent her 20 poems in her praise. He says, كُلَّمَا أَخْلَفْتُ لَهَا أُخْرَى جَدِيدًا. Every time I would follow it with another poem praising her, meaning I've done all of this. He says, look, لَيْسَ فِي بَيْتِي لِتَمْهِيدِ فِرَاشِ مِنْ قَعِيدًا. He says, in my house, to make my bed comfortable, to give me comfort, I haven't got a decent woman. غَيْرُ عَجْفَاء, except one that is all kind of scrawny. عجوز, so old. That saquha mithl qadida, her calf is like rancid meat that is out of date. That's what a calf looks like. Wajhuha aqbah min hutin tariyin fi asida. Her face is uglier than a grilled fish. Ma hayatun ma'a untha mithla irsi bisa'ida. Life with such a woman can never have any room for pleasure or harmony or any enjoyment. So when Khayzuran read this, she burst out laughing. All the people in the courtyard burst out laughing. They were like, this guy has got no shame. And then, you know what? It's one of those things that they can't help but kind of like him as well, because he's so outrageous. And so she says, you know what? Says, give him a slave girl. So they give her this really pretty, beautiful, mesmerizingly stunning slave girl. So what happens is he's left, because he sends this, and they tell him, first of all, go. So he goes back to where he's from, the town. And then Khayzuran says, you know what? I did promise him, so send him. So she sends this stunning, beautiful kind of girl. Her right hand possesses, this. So what happens? Kismet, huh? Kismet. So what happens? The royal guards turn up to his humble abode with this slave girl, stunning, absolute epitomizing beauty, wow, radiating a glow. So they turn up, and this bechara's not at home. He's not there. Who's there? His wife. The one who said whose face is like a grilled dead fish that has been grilled. She's at home. And she says, how can I help you? And they say, well, the royal palace has sent a gift for Abu Dulama. As soon as the wife sees what is basically like Miss World, or this beauty pageant right there, they can see that, whoa, she thinks my life is over. She thinks this is like, my life is ruined now. Because there's no way once he sees her, that there's any room for me left in his life. Like, it was bad as it was, but now he's got this, he's just gone from, I don't know, he's just had he's got this is game over for me. So she's kind of really upset. So the slave girl is there. So the slave girl, they put the slave girl in the way the houses were kind of made. They had these other quarters. So she's in this other quarter. She doesn't know what's going on. They've just told her, you're going with this place. And that was their kind of life. So she's okay or whatever with it. So what happens is here, Abu Dulama's wife, they have a son who's of age. He's like a grown son, like a young man. His name's Dulama. That's why they call him Abu Dulama. She calls Dulama and she says, son, tumhare azmaish ka waqt aa gaya hai. The hour of your test has arrived. Allah. Dulama is thinking, Yar, I wonder what afa and musibah has landed. What is the test? Mother, what is the test? She says, today you have to prove your loyalty to me as a son. He thinks, Yar, what this one, man? What this son? What is this loyalty, man? He says, I am your son. He's thinking, damn, I don't know what I have to do. She says, look, your dad has received a new, a luxury item, shall we say. It means it's game over for your mother. But you can save the day. You go into that chambers where she is, and you tell her that you are the rightful owner for her. That basically she's been designated to this. She doesn't know exactly who it is. She's never met your dad. So you say it's her, it's you. And then you do the deed, man. My son, you do the deed, have the intimate moments with her. See, because once you're intimate with according to the general thing, is that's then exclusive. So, like any son under such pressure of loyalty, having to face such an arduous, difficult task, one must express themselves intimately with this epitome of beauty. So he takes up that task. So he says, okay, labbaik wa sa'dik. So he goes to the chamber, and there's this beautiful girl, and he says to her, it is I. And he's this young man, strong, he's got his charm, he's good, reasonably good looking. So and they connect and they chill, and then they have their intimate connections, and and they're kind of loving it. And so what happens is now the son, fresh, life, salah kya life hai, yaar. It's like, what, all of a sudden a person, when a person's in a happy stage moment in life, then they remember other happy things. I haven't been on a walk in a long time. Walk karke aate hain, yaar. I'll go on a walk, man. good for the health, you know. So the son goes out. He's walking. He goes for a walk. Yeah. Oh, life. The world it's a beautiful world. During this time, Abu Dulama comes home. He comes home and somebody says to him, oh, by the way, you had the royal guards come here. They left someone. They left a slave girl. Abu Dulama says, Ya Allah, shukran. Rushes, Usain Bolt mode, rushing home, rushes into the guest chambers, sees this beautiful girl. He thinks, wow. Halawatul Iman, the sweetness of Iman, he feels it. He thinks this is amazing. My du'as have come true. The Lord gives and gives. Wow. He's about to jump onto her and hug her, and she says, whoa. Old man. What, man? Who are you? Who are you, man? Who are you? He says, sorry. He says, I'm Abu Dulama. She says, so? He says, no, I'm you were sent here for me. She goes, sent here for you? Are you drunk? She says, I was sent here for this guy, and it's amazing, young, brave man. She starts describing him. Says he's like tall, he's got this build, he's got this hair like this. And she says, yeah, I really like him. That's my master, Sayyidi. That's my master. And yeah, we've got an epic bond. He says, what are you talking about? Where have you met? She says, what do you mean? Where have I met him? I've been with him all day. We've been together. He's just gone out somewhere right now. Abu Dulama clocks it. What's happened? He realizes this is a plot. This is a conspiracy, man. The Illuminati, man. The plot against me, man. This one, not fair. So Abu Dulama goes, finds his son, Dulama, drags him to the caliph, who's Mahdi. He starts roughing up his son, slapping his son, drags him to the caliph. فَلَمَّا دَخَلَ عَلَيْهِ قال, he says to the caliph says, what's up? قال مالك قال فعل بي هذا ابن الخبيثة. Says, this son of a beep, 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 look what he's done to me. He says, مَا لَمْ يَفْعَلْهُ وَلَدٌ بِأَبِيهِ. He says, no child has ever done with his father. وَلَا يُرْضِينِي. He says, I'm not going to leave the royal chambers today until you don't execute this bashed. This is what he says. He says, Hatta an taqtulahu. He says, until the only thing that's going to calm this situation is telling the caliph, Mahdi, that you kill him. You have to execute him. So the caliph's like, whoa, calm down, dude. What's happened? This is your son. And he tells him, he says, this is what he's done. He says, I popped out for the afternoon and this is what he did. He plotted with his good-for-nothing mother just to deprive me of this. So Mahdi bursts out laughing and falls back. They say he falls on the floor laughing. That's how much he laughs. Abu Dulama says to him, what, you finding my tragedy funny? He says, فَقَالَ لَهُ أَبُو دُلَامَ أَعْجَبَكَ فَعْلُهُ فَتَضْحَكْ مِنْهُ. He says, you're laughing, but you find it funny. And then so Mahdi says, you know what, Mahdi's obviously calming. Remember, this is he's been there since his grandfather's time. He's been there since Safa's time, since Mansur's time, now his time. This is like an old person in the court. He says to him, look, okay, we're going to please him. He says, as-sayfu wan-nata'. That's the execution sword and the execution. They used to lay out this leather. They'd kind of put the person down and then to kind of drench the blood. He says, as-sayfu wan-nata'. Bring the execution gear. Obviously, just saying to kind of control him a bit. He's like, calm down. Okay. Executioner, execute. Is this what you want? So he says, so then he looks at the son, Dulama. Then Dulama, obviously looking at him, he says, look, قَدْ سَمِعْتَ قَوْلَهُ يَا أَمِيرَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ فَاسْمَعْ حُجَّتِي. He says, okay, you've heard him. Now hear me out. So Mahdi says, you know what? He says to Abu Dulama, he's got a point. I've heard you. It's only fair. This is an execution. It's only fair that I hear. Don't you agree? I hear his hujjah, his argument as well. So he says, sure. So he says, go on and say it. He says, قال هذا الشيخ. He says, this old man, أسفق الناس وجها. He says he's the most wretched and most deserving of like a slap himself. This is what he's saying about his dad. He says, هو يفعل بأمي منذ 40 سنة ما غضبت. He says he's been doing this to my mom for the last 40 years. As in, he's been he's been intimate sexually with my mom for 40 years. I don't get angry over it. وفعلت أنا بجاريته مرة واحدة وغضب وصنع بما ترى. He says, and I just did this once to his servant girl, and look how he flies into a rage. Mahdi burst out laughing. They say that he could not control his laughter. He just burst out laughing. And then he they say anybody that was in that chamber couldn't hold back their laughter. And he says to Abu Dulama, look, he says, you know what, I'll call a truce. Rather than executing your son, he says, how about I'll provide you as a gift? Samja karo. He says, don't worry. And he kind of placates him. But this is the story of this character that is so colorful, Abu Dulama. I had to share it. So if you do get time, you can research it. Fun and human. Somebody who is prominent during the lives of several of the Abbasid caliphate, the caliphs. People, with that, let's wrap that up. Shafiq Dahlan, much love for the super chat. Mufti, you explained last week that the cow story in the Quran is not about becoming obsessive over. Isn't the ruling fiqh in Islam all about details? Not necessarily. There's a difference between details and there's a difference between becoming obsessive. Okay, so obviously things have some details about them. Zainab Ja'fari, shukran, much love for the super chat. Our names of sorry, that's a different question there coming up. Harun Rashid. Are names of God degrees in conscious awareness? Sorry, I don't understand that question. Are names of God degrees in conscious awareness? Oh, right. Are names of God degrees in conscious awareness? I would say that the names of God reflect the divine decree in its manifestation in creation. Okay. So you see Al-Razaq, you see Al-Qawi, you see Al-Ilm, you see manifestations that symbolize and are symbolic of the transcendental names of the divine, which is Allah. Right. So somebody asked, was he alive during Harun al-Rashid's time? Some have argued he was actually. Others have said maybe he wasn't, but he lived around that kind of time. Okay, I'm sharing the link. Let's see if that's gone out. That has. Okay, people. I think I'll have to connect a Bluetooth device. Let me just connect this whilst I've shared the link. Let me see how does God. Ya salam. Okay, I take it that's connected. Let me just go into settings, make sure the audio Yep, that's connected. Excellent. Okay, now I'll just share that link out again. I'll see the time as well. Whoa. Okay. There you go. All right. So, Asim Khan Mufti, my uncle, the brother of my mother who watches the show, passed away yesterday. His name was Shafi'i. May Allah forgive him and others. Ameen. Ameen. I'm very sorry to hear about your loss, Asim. May Allah bless your uncle's afterlife. May Allah grant him an elevated maqam in Jannatul Firdaus, and may He grant your family ease. Ameen. Ameen. Death is a reality, an inescapable reality. It doesn't, we have to sometimes change, or we have to sometimes refresh our outlook on it. It's scary in the sense it's unknown to us. So we feel that, we don't know. But death in and of itself is beautiful, as shocking as that may sound. But from a perspective, you see, it is into a dimension that is a different dimension, an existence that exists beyond this consciousness, pure consciousness. So those people certainly are in a better place. Yeah. It's difficult. Somebody said, how does one embrace death? You see, it's coming to terms with, I love, there's a clip, I shared it once, of Robin Williams, where it's a clip from an extract from a clip from his, what was it, Patch Adams, Patch Adams, an amazing movie, a must watch. Robin Williams was such an amazing soul, such an amazing soul, honestly. And I feel that he had so much hurt within him that people like him, they are such empaths that they can't see other people in suffering, that they spend most of their lives keeping other people happy. But he didn't, I guess, the darkness within, maybe he didn't deal with that in his own way, because eventually he took his own life. Obviously, he must have been grappling with that, the shadow within. See, wherever there's light, by default, there will be a shadow. And yeah, but that, he has this clip in there where he says, when he's having to present to the panel, justify his kind of clinical practices, and they say, well, what if somebody had died? And he says, well, what's wrong with death? He says that, why can't we treat death with some dignity, with beauty? And he says, with, God forbid, even humor. And it's such a powerful quotation. And I think part of the problem is people have scared away, frightened away. And I get it. They're trying to say we're trying to keep things in balance, but they've made everything about punishment and torture and fire and brimstone and, snakes and serpents and scorpions and suffering, and that people, the poor souls, are petrified of, one, people are scared of death anyway because it's the unknown. Even if you don't believe in a God, you would still have a fear of the unknown. It's part of your fitrah. And I actually feel that deep down within our souls, we know death. And it's that, and that's that fear of the it's uncanny. It's a familiar yet unknown. It's a familiar unknown. And this is why it causes a turbulence, a disturbance. And I think this is why many people, when they are on the path of consciousness, And people, through mindfulness and through other measures, they experience an ego death where they actually come face to face with the death. And it is, I guess, in its moments, it's terrifying. But the strange thing is that, when that happens, it's familiar. Like, it's death, but you know it. It's like, I know this from before. It's really strange. Allah says in the Quran that وَهُوَ الَّذِي يُمِيتُكُمْ ثُمَّ يُحْيِيكُم, like Allah, He أَمَتَّنَا اثْنَتَيْنِ, that you gave us two deaths. وَأَحْيَيْتَنَا اثْنَتَيْنِ, that Allah mentions that He grants death, then life, then death, then life. Many people have then pondered over those verses, that what does that mean, that He grants you two deaths and then two lives. And there's so much written on these, but the point is that in that, those who experience that, there is a deep, long forgotten, but a familiarity in, you see it. And then the strange thing is, people who experience that then tend to lose a fear of death. So they either embrace it, or they at least don't have that kind of fear of it. Yeah. Allah has hidden many things as secrets for us to discover in this world. I think death doesn't need to be viewed gothically, gruesomely. It's just a passing from a dimension to a dimension, and to a more purer dimension. And the consciousness continues. It doesn't kind of end. All right. Right, so I'm just sharing there you go. There's the link. If somebody wants to, there are some questions, bunch of questions. I suppose if there's, you're more than welcome to jump on and ask any questions that you may, or share your thoughts. And yeah. Zainab Ja'fari, well, as the saying goes, suffering becomes religious if you do it right. Sure. But I think it's interesting that you have to not take it into a kind of neurosis. This is the problem. I feel that sometimes, Islam came to save people. I've shared the link, by the way. Those of you that do want to come on, if you activate your webcam and your mic as well, and then I can, I'll see it appear, and then I can bring you on. So, okay, what are some? I don't know what, there seems to be some kind of discussion going on in the chat. I don't know what these few people are even talking about. What the topic, I don't even know what they're talking about, something else. Okay, guys, so yeah, I'll share it out. If anybody does want to jump on, we can jump on. Otherwise, I'll share a few words and then we can wrap up. We can call it a night. We've covered some interesting topics. If you do want to come on, you will need to activate your webcam. and the mic, obviously the mic, but the webcam as well. Right. So, what is his proof? I don't know what that. Okay, we've got Muhammad Salman. Muhammad Salman. Assalamu
Assalamu
alaikum, Muhammad Salman.
Am I audible, sir?
You are, yes, you are. We can see you, we can hear you. Where are you joining us from, Salman?
So I'm from India, UP,
India.
Uttar Pradesh,
Kya
near
baat hai
Delhi.
yaar. Near Delhi. Hi, hi,
It,
hi.
it-
Kya baat hai,
it's
kya baat hai.
it's 10 a.m. in the morning, and you can see my face. Okay, I just saw your link, and I just joined.
No, shukran, shukran. I'm glad you joined us. It's an honor to have you on. And Delhi ki baat hi kya hai yaar. Obviously, it's
Delhi.
amazing to have somebody from from that over
So
here.
आपकी बात
You,
पे ध्यान आया कि दिल्ली जो शहर था सारे आलम में इंतखाब हम रहने वालों से
Allah,
जुड़े तैयार किए हैं.
Allah, Allah, Allah. That's Mir Taki Mir people. See,
मीर थकी भाई
this
साहब.
is yeah. Wow. So okay, share some. So what would you like to share with us? Some thoughts, or is there uh, a question or
Okay.
something preoccupying your mind?
So pardon me for my English. I'm not that much fluent. Okay, but I used to listen to you since almost 2 years, and
Okay.
the way you help us to ponder and out of the box, uh, so it's very helping. I just want to, I just have some queries. I used to mention something on the comments always.
Sure. Okay.
So first of all, I just want to, tell you that your research has really helped us a lot to
Shukran,
think
man.
to
Barakallah
let
fi.
us think out of the box and to have a more accurate view.
Sure.
Uh, okay. My question is
I
about.
appreciate that. I appreciate.
Uh,
I
I just
appreciate
want.
that. No, that's yeah.
Okay. I just want you to redirect or have some for your opinion about Dr. Hani and of Marvelous Quran. I
Dr.
think you are
Hani,
aware of.
yes. Oh, yeah, I am aware of him. I've had a few people ask me about Dr. Hani. Um, they asked me, I had some people ask me, what do you think of his, the Abrahamic locution? I'm not sure what he means by that. What does he mean by Abrahamic locution? Do you know?
So till now, what I have read about it, he uses the methodology of the Quran. Obviously, he's not the denier of the Hadith, as he
No,
claims.
no, no, I understand that. But I
Uh,
no, sorry, I just meant when he uses this word, do you know what he means by that? Because some people had asked me, "What do you think of his Abrahamic locution?" I said, "I'm not sure what that means." I mean, I understand what the word in English means, but I don't understand what he means by Abrahamic locution. What is he? What does he mean? Like when he's saying that? Do you know?
Okay, so that much I have perceived till now is that the Arabic use in the Quran, he says that Arabic use in the Quran is not the sole dialect or the linguistic only used by Arabs of that time. Actually, it
No.
is a mixture of uh, sorry, so it is a mixture of the dialect of the stories that are being narrated in the Quran, whether they are related to Prophet Moses in Egypt, or whether they
Mhm.
are related to the linguistic used in um, uh, if the story has been narrated in Yemen or Iraq or Jerusalem. So Quran actually uses that dialect, and he has the basis for his work of verse that every Rasul is sent, but in the lisan of his own people.
Mhm.
And for this he uses for example uh, he gives an example of Prophet Moses, while Quran addresses
Yeah.
Moses and the Pharaoh. So he
Yeah.
just selected many words like sarha, uh, sababa, or al-gharbi, and he said that actually
Mhm.
these are not the Arabic words first or in itself. Rather, they are found in pharaonic locution of Egypt, and he cites some hieroglyphs which have the similar meanings. So he said that
Mhm.
whenever Quran talks about any stories related to that particular region. Sorry. So Quran uses that particular dialect or equivalent representation in Arabic. So it's not easy for any
Okay.
human to do that. So in general,
Okay.
whatever Quran uses, whether narrating the
Mhm.
story of Prophet Abraham, Prophet
Mhm.
Moses, so Quran uses that particular linguistic and very much equivalent in Arabic. So it's a combination of those major
Okay. Mhm.
dialects. It's what I have perceived till now.
Sure. I mean, so from what I've understood from what you're saying, I don't know. So what I'm understanding is you're saying that or he's saying that the Quran has in it words that are Arabic, but they initially they are Arabicized, so they've become Arabic, but they originally were non-Arabic words as well. So uh, I take it that's what, and they had other, so they may come from another, let's say they're from Syriac, or they're from
Exactly.
Aramaic, or they're from different things, and they, or Hebrew, and yeah, of course. I mean, that's all of language. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that, because I think Muslims have always said that the Quran contains words that, you see, so the whole Quran is Arabic, but
Okay.
words in there, they are words that the origin, so it came into Arabic language through a different, so just like English today is a language. So there's words that the origin is Latin, or origin is Greek, or origin is Arabic even, or Indian even. So now, but today it's an English word. So, like let's say shampoo is originally Indian, isn't it? So Hindi, well, it's taken from this. So, but today it's an English word. So people would say, I want some shampoo. Now, similarly, the word like dinar is taken as an example, is taken from the Roman denarius and denari. It was the Roman gold piece. So the Arabs used to call their gold thing dinar, because the Romans used to call it dinari and denarius, and the Arabs used to call the silver dirham, because the Persian used to call it drachma, the silver.
Okay.
So the Arabs took these words from the neighboring civilizations, because they were the big major players that played, that made economic kind of markets and did things. And the Arabs were not a competing kind of market. So they just borrowed words from them into the Arabic language. And then, but every language does this, it's not, I think all Muslims accept this. I don't think anybody disagrees that. So, for example, the name Musa or the name Isa are not Arabic words. Like, they've become Arabic because the Arabs use them, but they in origin would be Hebrew, or be something else. So yeah, but I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
Exactly,
If
and he gave example of a book might be compiled recently, which have work on compiling all the accounts of the poets, Arabic poets, and the words, the difficult word that ever been used in the history of Arab, in our history of Islam as well. And that particular compiler said that there are many words in the Quran which were never been used by the Arabs of that time, or Arab of the
Mhm.
Prophet's time. So actually, it was Prophet, with the divine help of Allah, are actually explaining the meanings of those words. So while the traditional mufassirs, while they are just interpreting it using the Israeliyat, so they are actually making error, because they have no particular meaning except taught by Prophet Muhammad in Abrahamic
It's
locution,
okay.
those words. So okay, so I
Mm.
think I just want
I
you
mean,
to.
you see, what I've kind of watched of his, I haven't watched that many things of, I mean, it's my fault, because you know what, to be honest, my clips are so long, not clips, but my videos are so long. I have usually cut out clips throughout every day. I try to release about 2 clips, which I just cut out, might be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but my weekly session is going to be 3-4 hours long. So his sessions are about 2.5 hours long as well, and uh, I struggle to kind of watch it. So, and if he had like
Exactly.
quick clips, I would love to just watch them. If he gave, and the problem is not problem, but it's my problem, I guess, as a person, just being distracted and impatient, and it's because sometimes, you see, normally when I begin something, I will begin by telling you what the answer is, and then I will unpack it and say, well, this is how
Okay.
we arrived at this answer. But
Exactly.
he
Exactly.
doesn't. He, from what
He
I
doesn't.
watched that one, he tells you right at the end. So you've got to watch 2.5 hours. So I kind of struggled watching it. So the few things I did
Okay. I understand.
watch, the few things I did watch, but then I wasn't sure. I had to skim through it, you see. So I wasn't sure. Maybe I've misunderstood it now, because if you just explained it in the beginning, saying, look, this is what I believe, and now we're going to show how we arrived at that. So then I would know clearly this is what he believes. So for example, I watched a few things where, and I get the fact that he's definitely really thinking out of the box, and I admire the courage to always think out the box. This non-linear thought is amazing. But so some of the things I found, like, yeah, sure, they may be similar to things I've said, but some of the things I found I found them very strange. Now,
Yes.
once again, I'm not sure. You see, I could be mistaken because I skimmed through it. Maybe he wasn't saying that, but I heard, for example, one, he said that the virgin birth. Now, I've got something on this already, that there's a difference of opinion, and I've mentioned that ikhtilaf. And people may think that view that I highlighted is outrageous. So fair enough. But that view has existed. Let's say this is what it is, the minority view, but this is, and the majority have said this. Now, he also, from what I watched, was saying that, okay, it's not a virgin birth. But then he, from what I understood, was saying that Zakaria alayhi salam was Isa alayhi salam's father, if I understood that correctly, and Yahya was his brother.
Yes.
And
Exactly.
then I saw a brief thing of a clip which I didn't watch whole completely, so I could be completely wrong. He was saying, I think they're African. Are they African? He's saying Jesus is African or
Yes,
something.
sir. He
He's
proved
saying
that Jesus
Jesus is
is
from
African
Africa
by listing different
origin.
variants of Amra Atun, Amra Ata, and he just
And
said it's
so,
not the
and then
okay.
he said, like, so these are some snippets of things that I saw. uh I saw this one clip where he said, like, maybe Moses alayhi salam had his hand cut off and a new hand grew for him. And to be honest, I don't find myself, these things, if I understood them correctly, I mean, I don't really validate these kind of. I don't validate the interpretations. I mean, to me, they're kind of very. Uh, I mean, and people may equally say the same about my views, but I find it quite kind of outrageously kind of put out there. Like, it doesn't follow for me neither a rational
Exactly.
view, neither a traditional view. Like, I don't see what the um like, you're not, like, to me it's not based on pure reason, which, if it was, I would still, even if I disagreed, I'd say, well, you know what, that's actually, it's like a rational conclusion followed through. But it isn't, like, so if you're saying things like, let's say Moses alayhi salam has his hand chopped off and then he just grows a fresh new hand, that's not, you're not following the voice of reason necessarily, you're trying to follow some other conclusion, which then just seems like, I don't know, it's such a big leap to put a tiny thing together. And this thing, like with Jesus, let's say Jesus is the brother of John. I mean, even according to the Christian tradition, he isn't, not that John, John the Baptist, he's not the brother of John. So even according to the Christian tradition, even according to our tradition, he isn't. Although I it is believed that Jesus had brothers. In the Bible, it does mention he has brothers, um, but the James, and some have said whether it's Peter, but he has brothers, and then they disagree. The churches, whether they are his stepbrothers or his his kind of whole brothers, and the Catholics disagree with the others over that. Now, so okay, that's a different discussion, but I just feel that it's like, wow, like this. I don't, like, it's such a leap, and I don't
Exactly.
see the need personally. I don't see the need for that big leap unless it's compelling. Like, so for example, one could say, well, we're reinterpreting this in light of our understanding of the world today. Like, let's say somebody was to reinterpret verses around evolution. Now they're reinterpreting this based on our understanding of how the world is today, how it operates. Fair enough. I mean, that's, you're going from a particular framework. Or if somebody was to say, well, look, I feel that this is looking at the psychology of narratives. I'm going to interpret narratives as a whole in the Quran and give an explanation. Okay, fine. That's a thing. But I feel that, I don't know, this is where I was with some of the clips, and I've seen only a very few amount. He does seem like somebody, I do love the fact, and I praise him, Dr. Hani. I commend him for encouraging people to reconnect with the Quran. I think that's a wonderful thing. He's definitely caught the eye of many people. And I feel that that's, he's promoting the Quran. Even the title, The Marvelous Quran, is amazing. I think that if anybody can bring people, if they can pique their interests towards the Quran, to me that's definitely a plus point for that. I absolutely praise you. May Allah bless him, and may Allah kind of increase him and his followers in their love for the Quran and everybody. But I just feel some of these, I don't see the reason in making such huge claims. Like I just like if I just said, so for example, like if I just said that Sayyidina Nuh alayhi salam was Chinese, and you said, well, why? I said, well, this is what, like I want to understand, like, why am I making such a, like, what is the, like, why am I just, because that's just like a sudden, like if I said that, like, let's say I just started saying, yeah, Sayyidina Nuh alayhi salam was Chinese people. He's from Shanghai. And now it's like, well, why am I saying, like, what's, like, I'm more interested in what's going on beneath the surface. Why am I thinking that? Like, what's going on? Like, why am I, what's making me want to think that? So I'm intrigued that, so people have brought up his methodology, which is called Abrahamic locution. And I just don't know what that is. So maybe someday we can get him for an interview on Mind Trap. That would be wonderful. And
Exactly.
I'd love to ask him. Yeah.
I
And I would love
I've
to
also
ask him in a non-antagonistic manner, because I feel that, what, to be honest, if I'm being fair, that I think he might be getting a lot of hate from people who may just hate on a lot of people anyway. But I think that, I don't know if I'm the best person, but I feel that I'm a good enough candidate that promotes the voice of reason to ask him about these things, because other people that would ask him would just clearly be coming from a position of maybe sectarian kind of angles, whereas I wouldn't come from that. I would welcome the voice of reason. And so I think it would be, if he is ever wanting to say, well, I'd like, to, somebody can ask me and I'll answer, I think I would be a good person for him to engage with on that. Yeah.
Exactly. So I have also messaged Dr. Hani about you, that he may engage with you. Uh, some results, as you said, on his YouTube channel might be staggering. But what I feel, as I'm following his videos, just like yours, that he has got a common methodology. Using the verses of the Quran, he said the Quran is in itself the very strong linkages. It is not like it's starting from Alif Lam Mim and ending to Qul A'udhu Birabbin Nas. So it is very strongly linked, and we have to work on those linkages. So irrespective the results he is coming out with, he's using the same common methodology. That's more important, what I feel as a person, firstly. And
that's good.
if you give,
So
if
there's
you
a
give me 2 minutes more.
so there's a consistency of his
Consistency.
thinking.
Okay.
That's good.
And secondly,
That's good,
what I feel the most important results that can lie in coherence with the traditional opinion, or not the traditional opinion, the scholars, the opinion of the nowadays scholars, is that he proven that Zulkarnain was none other than Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Sorry, Zulkarnain was who? The
Zulkarnain,
Prophet.
Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Prophet Muhammad himself. So it is
Okay.
very outrageous, but he proved using the verses of the Quran in a way that it linked to the opinion of the scholars, which uses the half part of it. For example,
Is it? Please.
okay, so now, yes.
No, please.
So
What's the
he, he,
example?
he,
Yeah, yeah.
he made a claim. He made a claim that, whenever you are just researching on the Quran, so you cannot go on claiming, and cherry picking like he was Sikandar or he was Cyrus. Quran is itself, or what as Aisha said, that Quran is all about Muhammad, the character of the Prophet Muhammad's Quran itself. So you have to first try to relate it to Prophet Muhammad. So he actually related with the verses of the Zulkarnain to the Ghassanid Jews uh, at the time of Tabuk. He said that these questions were asked at that time. So it is related with the Prophet and the war engaged at the Ghazwa Tabuk with the Byzantines, and where Byzantine do not confronted Prophet Muhammad. So he used this certain methodology, and it was very interesting.
You see, what I would see, look, what I would say is there. You see, we have to understand that there is a psychology to narrative. Okay, now the psychology of narrative, like you can have an incident, and then it can have layers of symbolism. So it can be symbolic. So, for example, let's say. Let's say, for example, the story of Adam alayhi salam and the Garden of Eden and this whole struggle, this kind of being enticed and the fruit, the forbidden fruit. Now that's a narrative, but then it could be symbolic of, let's say, we could draw a story, we could draw symbolically lessons from that about just general battles between good and evil in life, or just struggles. Or somebody could look at, let's say, Ibrahim alayhi salam, about to sacrifice his son. And this is the narrative at the narrative level, but the psychology of narrative would show, well, that it would have symbolic levels as well. So symbolically, this could be about sacrificing, something dear in life and an effort. Now, so if we took, let's say, any story from the Quran, any narrative, you can symbolically extract from that many reflections from the Seerah of the Prophet ﷺ. I'm sure we could look at, for example, the sacrifice. We could look at Moses being disturbed by people, or his own people. You could look at the Prophet and Quraysh. You could look at Isa alayhi salam struggling. You could look at the Prophet dealing with the other tribes, trying to overcome him as the Romans were trying to overcome. You could look at the sacrifice element. You could look at good versus evil. And you could look at the Prophet's Seerah, and you could see reflections of the narrative symbolically in the Seerah, but you could equally extract further and see reflections in our lives. Like I could see that, let's say somebody thinks I'm going through, I'm struggling, the death of a loved one. Now they're seeing a narrative in the Quran dealing with death, and they're taking symbolically inspiration from that. I think taking inspiration and seeing reflections from the narrative symbolically in everywhere or wherever is amazing, and that's definitely, I feel that's also one of the purposive dynamic nature of the Quran, that you do
exactly,
that.
exactly.
But it doesn't. But to say this is that the symbolic, in that case, let's say the symbolic nature is the nature. It's the nature of the narrative, and the narrative nature is actually, it's not it. I don't know. I think that, like with Dhul Qarnayn, you see, whether he was Cyrus, most people feel he most likely would have been Cyrus or maybe Darius. But whoever he was, or whether he was Alexander, according to some people, I doubt. Alexander doesn't make any sense really, although Jalaluddin Asyuti may have felt it was Alexander. But the thing is that he is somebody that the Jews ask the Prophet about. So the Quran says, وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنْ ذِي الْقَرْنَيْنِ, that they ask you, the Jewish kind of rabbis come to the Prophet and they decide to quiz him over, oh damn, I think I may have just, so they come to the Prophet and they quiz him over three things, and they ask him, and then the Quran is revealed in revelation, is a response to that, but which by extension benefits people as well with its what it's going to. And these are very interesting questions, because one is about a historical figure and one is about metaphysical, about the ruh. You see, they ask about the ruh. So yas'alunaka an dhil qarnayn, that they ask you about dhil qarnayn. So whoever dhul qarnayn was, the Quran doesn't use a name; it uses a kind of a kind of accolade, that the one of two horns, or whatever that means. Now, whoever it was definitely somebody that the Jewish rabbis would have known about and would have held in high esteem. This is what it appears, Allahu A'lam, but it appears that to the reader, that when they are asking, the reason they're asking is that you don't know about him, but he's somebody special. You ought to know about him. If you're a somebody, then you ought to know this, because he's such an important figure. So the question then was, who is it that was so important to Jews? That was somebody so people have tried to guess, who could this figure be that was such like a world leader? And some people felt, well, maybe Cyrus, because he restores the temple at Jerusalem. The second temple is by courtesy of Cyrus, who kind of frees the Jews from Babylon and then sends them back after they've been enslaved. So, and because he doesn't only send them back, he gives them funding to make the temple, and he kind of has a soft spot for the Jews, and he does have a huge, powerful domain, and even many of the human rights things nest. Some of the human rights charter will rest itself in some Babylonian kind of edicts that are put together in his time under Cyrus the Great. He brings all these great reforms around the world, and then Darius expands on that and goes into India as well. So the question here was, some people felt that maybe it was Cyrus, maybe it was Darius. I mean, we don't know. Allahu Alam. The Quran just leaves it like it's clearly not the important issue. The Quran is more so trying to tell a lesson, that whoever this person was, but he did this good, whatever the good was. And yeah, but I don't know. I feel it's interesting to say it's the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, primarily, not symbolically, but narratologically, that it is the Prophet. I mean, it's
and why did the question is that why the Jews of Ghassanid especially were so much eager about it, that why they were asking Prophet Muhammad. Actually, using the verses of the Surah Kahf, Dr. Henry tried to explain that actually Prophet Muhammad first confronted Byzantine, so that's a much big deal for the Ghassanid, who were actually troubled by the Byzantine on the one side and the Sassanid on the other side. So for him, they were actually Yajuj and the Majuj. The Byzantine.
Who was the Byzantine with so the Byzantine and the Sassanids are like the Ya'juj and Ma'juj.
Yeah, and the Ghassani tribe was lying in between them. So he uses with the Quran. So when Prophet Muhammad confronted,
what's he saying about the Ghassanids?
He was actually saying that Prophet helped them to get rid of the terror or whatever, the warfare installed by Byzantines and the Sassanid on them, because they were the tribes who were lying in the middle of these two big dynasties. Firstly, secondly, Prophet helped them to interpret their own scriptures. So second thing is that, and using the armies of the Ghassani tribe and helping him with the army of the companions. So Prophet helped them so much. So they were actually they were thinking that these traits were associated with only that person, and actually not considering Prophet as Zulkarnain. They were actually asking about Prophet. Do you know Zulkarnain?
See, but if we're going to look at the Ghassanids here, the Ghassanids were there for generations way before the Prophet. They were on the Western Front, and they were the client kingdoms to the Byzantines. Their rivals on the other side were the Lakhmids. So the Lakhmids were the client kingdom of the Sassanids. They were both Arabs in the middle. So the buffer zone was created by Lakhmids. Lakhmids are sometimes called the Manazira, because there's so many Ibn al-Munzir as well. So the plural is Manazira, or the Lakhmiyin, the Lakhmid. And the Ghassaniyin. Both of these tribes are from the southern Arabian kind of tribes that migrated much before, and some say through Nabatea and then eventually set up. Now, most of them, the Ghassanid and the Lakhmid, were predominantly Christian, but they hated each other. The Lakhmid and the Ghassanid used to just fight each other.
Exactly.
They pretty much are at their weak point when Islam is kind of rising. So they, in fact, the last major Nu'man ibn al-Munzir from the Lakhmid, and the Lakhmids, by the way, seem to be the cultural capital. So Hira is in the Lakhmid, where all the major poets and all the culture comes from, and that's in the Persian side of it. So in Iraq, which falls under the Sassanids. So the Ghassanids do have as well. So they do have Busra, not Basra, but Busra, and they have a few places as well, which are quite kind of, but they don't seem to be as domineering as the Lakhmids do. So the Lakhmids seem to be, so the Lakhmids would call themselves like Malikul Arab Kulla. In fact, the ancient inscription you have of not this Imra al-Qais al-Kindi, but that Imra al-Qais al-Lakhmid from the Lakhmi, he says Malik al-Arab Kulla, the king of all the Arabs. And this is like a couple of centuries before Islam. So the last of the Lakhmid king is then killed by the Kisra, and it kind of all just goes to pieces after that, because it's obviously, it's a story which I've shared before, where he asks for the Lakhmid's sister's hand or daughter's hand in marriage, the Kisra does, and he makes an offensive comment. He says something like, "Are there no cows left in Persia for you to marry? That, you know, you started looking at Arab women." And then he obviously sends when he hears this, Kisra sends, I believe it's Parvez ibn Anusharwan, who's the Kisra at the time. He sends a group, and he has them killed. He has him killed. He has him trampled over, actually, and kind of like destroyed. And Nu'man ibn al-Mun, after he's killed, there is no real, like, it kind of just falls to pieces. They put a little a kind of puppet king in, but it doesn't work. And then shortly after Islam, Khalid bin Walid radiallahu anh goes up there and he captures Hira. But right, so I don't know how the Ghassanids and the Lakhmids really play into. They definitely are there. They are a weak time. They do hear of obviously Islam, and then the later kings amongst them do embrace Islam, and they do have some issues. Some of them run back. And it is true that the Greek side seem to maybe have a closer bond, because of their Christianity and with the Muslims. Maybe, I don't know. But I don't know how that ties in with Dhul Qarnayn, to be honest. But I would love to
Yeah, obviously, it's always interesting to listen your insights.
Sure.
Get him obviously on this topic as well, and any other topic. And
you know what to do? What I was going to say is maybe drop him a message, and if he's willing to, I know he must be really busy because he does a lot of these videos and he has all these PowerPoints, and I'm sure they take forever to make. And so, but if he is willing at some point in the future, I'd love to, inshallah, discuss these things with him and be able to ask him clearly, because it's difficult sometimes asking someone and then it's not, maybe, you know, you've misunderstood, and maybe I've misunderstood, and maybe it's like when people say about me and they misunderstand what I'm saying, and so it happens all the time.
So he always says that, you know, to the audience as well, that, you know, if they want to ask the question, they have first to go through all what he has been telling you. So he's actually relating that intermingling with the Ghassanid on the eve of the Ghazwa Tabuk somehow. Okay.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Can you give me 2 minutes more? I have 2 more questions, if you allow me.
I was going to move on to another, but okay. Was it something very brief? Was it? Or
okay, it is brief. It is brief.
Sure.
It's about abrogation in the Quran, and as you said that there is no abrogation within Quran. Am I right? But
no, I have not said that.
Okay, sorry. So you have said that abrogation relates only to the previous scriptures.
No, I've not said that either.
Okay.
I've said that abrogation as a concept, I believe, is valid. Obviously, people disagree what is abrogated. I accept that. where it applies. So abrogation is a tool. It's like saying qiyas, analogy, is a tool. Now, we may disagree on each other's aspect of where we apply the qiyas. So you might apply qiyas here. I say that qiyas is wrong. That analogy is wrong. So abrogation as a tool is one discussion. In its application is another discussion. So people may disagree. They, some say there's 300 verses abrogated. Some say there's only 3. Some say there's only 5. Some say there's only whatever. It doesn't. That's a different applicability is a different discussion. The tool is a different discussion. To me, the tool of abrogation is important. Otherwise, how do you abrogate slavery?
Okay, in that context.
So all these things, trajectory hermeneutics is built on the ability to abrogate prior rulings. So it's very important that it does exist, and it does exist in the Quran. How and where, they may have a disagreement over it. So cool, we'll wrap that up, Salman.
Okay.
Is that all right? Yeah, cool. Inshallah, we'll wrap that up, guys. That was Salman from Delhi. Shukran for joining in. Much love. Take care. Stay blessed, people. Quite a few discussions in that. We have gone on for quite a while. Right. Yeah, so we've had quite a few questions about Dr. Hani. So this is why, I'm not sure. Somebody said, is the father of Yahya and Isa, therefore Yahya is Isa's brother. Yeah, I know that. That's what but I don't know. I don't know. There is, if anybody's tuning in, you can do maybe a final quick call and wrap this up, but you've got to have your webcam active. Sorry for dozing off a few hours. Most welcome, man. Take your time. Right, so we've got Umar Ismail. Assalamu alaikum, Umar.
Walaikum assalam. कैसे हैं मुफ्ती साहब? How are you?
Alhamdulillah, खैरियत से आप सुनाइए. Where are you joining us from?
Pakistan, Lahore.
क्या बात है यार, क्या बात है. पहले दिल्ली, अब लाहौर.
क्या करें?
Wow, kya baat hai. We're honored, truly honored, mashallah. So
thank you, Mufti Sahab.
Yeah, shukran for joining us, and share your thoughts, or if illuminate us with what's preoccupying you.
तो आप हमें करते हैं, हम आपको काफी time time listening to you, so your thoughts are really insightful. I had a question in mind that मैंने सुना है, मुझे नहीं पता मैं किस हद तक ठीक हूँ कि कुरान पाक की मुख्तलिफ किरात हैं. सो उससे रिलेटेड यानी एक चीज को पढ़ने के साथ मुख्तलिफ तरीके कैसे हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि मैंने सुना है कि फिर इससे मायने भी चेंज हो जाता है. तो फिर यही मसला तो बाइबल में भी नहीं आता था कि लोग कहते थे कि इसके एक खुदा की किताब है, इसके मुख्तलिफ मायने कैसे हो सकते हैं एक ही चीज के.
हाँ, तो इसमें जब आप कह रहे हैं कि मायने बदल जाते हैं, तो यानी एक किस लिहाज से, यानी उसका जो असर कैसा. एक तो है जैसे कि एक हल्के से, जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि जैसे मालिक यौमिद्दीन, मलिक यौमिद्दीन, मालिक यौमिद्दीन. अब इन हर लफ्ज में इसका मतलब अलग अलग जाहिर हो रहा है, मगर ये सब अल्फाज जुड़े हुए हैं. तो इनमें कुछ यानी एक लिहाज से ये बिल्कुल ऐसे ही हैं, क्योंकि इनका जो अब एक लफ्ज जो है, और जैसे एक कलिमा, एक लफ्ज है, दलालत कर रहा है मदलूल पर. जैसे हम कहते हैं इंग्लिश में सिग्निफायर एंड द सिग्निफाइड. अब यहाँ पर मालिक यौमिद्दीन, मालिक यौमिद्दीन, मलिक यौमिद्दीन, ये एक दाल है, जैसे अरबी में दाल जिस दलालत करने वाला, और मदलूल अल्लाह सुब्हानहू व तआला की जात है. ठीक है, तो वही है. यानी इस पे यानी हर लफ्ज में आप मलिक, मालिक, मलिक कह दें, फिर भी इसकी ये जो इबारत की दलालत हो रही है वो अल्लाह ताला की जात हो रही है. तो वो इस लिहाज से यानी ये एक ही चीज है, इसमें कोई किसी किस्म की तहरीफ तो नहीं है. तो इस लिहाज से अगर आप देख रहे हैं तो ये आपका मतलब ऐसा था या
यही मतलब था मेरा.
जी.
अच्छा. और एक वैसे आपके वीडियोस तो मैंने बहुत सुने. मैं ये सोच रहा था कि आप नुमान अली खान या इस तरह के बंदों को अपने लाइव सेशंस में कब बुलाते हैं फिर.
हाँ यार, हम तो बुला लेंगे उनको, आप उनसे कहिए कि वो तशरीफ तो लाएं। बड़े ऊंची हस्तियां कहाँ कहाँ हमें दर्शन करने का मौका देते हैं ये लोग। माशाल्लाह ने। आई वुड लव टू, अगर नुमान अली खान, उस्ताद नुमान अली खान, बट टू बी फेयर, जहाँ तक उस्ताद नुमान अली खान की बात है, तो आई थिंक वो गालिबन शुरू से बस अपना ही वो करते हैं और किसी और के शो पर वो कम जाया करते थे। तो आई थिंक इवन नाउ आई डाउट इट। चलो मैं कभी पूछ लूंगा, मगर कहाँ वो आते हैं हमारे इस छोटे से गरीब हकीर मुख्तसर सी हमारे फॉलोइंग।
arabic@bayana.com। तो आजकल वो अरेबिक का कोर्स पढ़ा रहे हैं ड्रीम वर्ल्ड वाइड के नाम से। तो मैंने आपकी और उनकी एक वीडियो, काफी पुरानी कोई वीडियो थी, वो देखी थी, यूट्यूब पे ही पड़ी हुई थी।
जो हम कहीं पे, कौन सी वाली, जो
बैठ के कहीं बात कर रहे हैं खाने पे, खाना वगैरह पे
कई मरतबा, पर हाँ वो जबरदस्त। इस ये जो बेहतरीन बातचीत तब होती है जब एक चीज अपने कुदरती नेचुरल माहौल में बस आप बिना सोचे हुए बस ऐसे ही बात कर रहे हैं किसी के साथ। that has it's natural habitat. जैसे आप एक, you're just sitting, it's candid, you're just speaking, conversing, you're just having a natural conversation, and those are sometimes the best conversations. And इसी तरीके से कुछ मर्तबा उनके साथ भी somebody recorded it, तो फिर हमने उसको बस अपलोड कर दिया। and I think first हुजूर को जरा सदमा पहुंचा कि यार ये क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे। and then I think then he was cool with it, to be
काफी चिल बंदे हैं, काफी अच्छे बंदे हैं।
नहीं हाँ, तो ये अच्छा, तो ये पाकिस्तान में कैसा माहौल चल रहा है? व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन? कुछ तब्दीली आ रही है इन टर्म्स ऑफ?
सब तब्दीली बहुत बुरी आ रही है। आखिरी साल है तब्दीली का तकरीबन।
with मजहबी रुझान को लेकर, how is the general, especially like the middle and the upper middle classes?
मुफ्ती साहब, मैं टेक्सला में था, यूटी टेक्सला से मैंने इंजीनियरिंग की है।
ठीक।
तो वहाँ पे एक सेक्ट था खास, तो वहाँ पे एक एक्सट्रीम थी, यानी
ठीक है,
जो तबलीगी जमात रहे थे वो बिल्कुल ये ना एक एक्सट्रीम पे निकल गए थे। और अब मैं हूँ नस्ट में, सो ये लिबरलिज्म के बिल्कुल अदर एक्सट्रीम पे पहुंचे पड़े हैं। यानी दो एक्सट्रीम्स हैं यहाँ पे, आपको मिडिल ग्राउंड नहीं मिल रहा होता।
हाँ, मसला ये होता है कि देखो कि अगर जैसे कुछ मौलवियान हजरात, वो बस दीन का बस जैसे वो ही जिम्मेदार हैं और वो ही बस उन्होंने बिलफर्ज, अगर ऐसा एक माहौल बन जाए कि बस वही ठेकेदार हैं, किसी और को
वही
कुछ
ठीक है
नहीं, अगर नहीं, मैं कह रहा हूँ हाँ, अगर ऐसा माहौल बन जाए कि कुछ लोग अपनी, जिसको कहते हैं ना मोनोपोली एक चीज की, बस उन्होंने बस उन्हीं का, ये हमारा अड्डा है, यहाँ पर कोई और बात ही नहीं कर सकता है हमारी इजाजत के बगैर। अगर ऐसा माहौल बन जाए किसी भी जगह पर, तो फिर इससे जैसे फिलॉसफी में एक फिलोसोफर है हेगल, एंड हेगल का एक होता है डायलेक्टिक्स। देखिए हर चीज में से उसके एक ऑपोजिट फिर एक माहौल पैदा होता है, और उसमें एक एक्सट्रीम सेक्युलरिज्म पैदा हो जाता है, जो एक होता है सेक्युलर, जैसे हमें दुनिया में भी रहना है, हर मजहब को अपना हक होता है, वो सेक्युलरिज्म नहीं, कि ऐसा होता है कि मजहब को एक नफरत से देखा जाता है कि रिलीजन इज बैकवर्ड्स एंड पीपल ऑफ रिलीजन, और जैसे एक नफरत पैदा हो जाती है। कुछ भी, जैसे आप एक शलवार कमीज पहन लो, टोपी पहन लो, लोगों को नफरत आ जाती है कि यार ये एक चीज, that is very, कि ये दोनों जो हैं, ये दोनों, these are just two sides of the same coin which is wrong। कि एक militant, जैसे religious kind of almost like a fascism, जैसे एक religious fascism हो जाए, और उसका ये जो opposite militant kind of anti-religiosity, ये भी it's a problem। और इसमें मुसीबत, the biggest casualty, इसमें सबसे बड़ा हादसा जो है वो ईमान का है। It's about faith, because ये जो बेचारे दरमियान में हैं, You know, they ना ये इनके साथ क्योंकि अब मौलाना हजरात को देखें तो ये सोचते हैं यार हम अब इनकी तरह तो हम हैं ही नहीं। You know, अब देखो यार हम तो फिल्में देखते हैं, म्यूजिक सुनते हैं, ये करते हैं, वो करते हैं, तो इनकी तरह तो है नहीं। और यार यहाँ पर भी दिल नहीं लग रहा है क्योंकि दीन के लिए एक जगह, एक मकाम है हमारे दिल में कि you know, we have that love for the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we have that love for Islam, we have that, so la ilaha ulai wa la ilaha ulai wo bechare atke hue hain, and this is a true tragedy, and I feel that that's, and one of the things, you know, in the Arab world, Arab mamalik mein kuch zara sa fark hai कि the common person can access Arabic material. अगर कोशिश करें, जरा सी हिम्मत करें तो वो कर सकते हैं, because they can understand Arabic. So think about it. अगर आप दरमियान में हो, आप ना मौलवी हजरात की तरफ हैं, ना इनकी तरफ हैं, तो आप खुद सोचते हैं यार कि चलो मैं खुद कुरान को पढ़ने की कोशिश करता हूँ, या मैं खुद यार तफसीर उठा लेता हूँ, मैं खुद पढ़ता हूँ। ठीक है, you might not get everything, but you'll get about 60-70% of it. आपको इतना तो समझ में आ जाएगा. The problem in the Indo-Pak world कि वहाँ पर अब कैसे, अब वहाँ पर आप दाखिली कैसे होते हैं, क्योंकि everything is, it's such technical language. It's only the ulama that have the, you know, the keys. I do think, I don't know, Imran Khan ne kaha tha ye jo he's opening a university, and what's it called? Is it Namal
University खोल रहे हैं?
हाँ, नमल यूनिवर्सिटी है या कुछ?
नहीं, कोई और यूनिवर्सिटी है, कोई और यूनिवर्सिटी है।
अच्छा, यही के
अब हमारे यहाँ जैसे अब रिसेंटली सियालकोट का वाकया हुआ था, तो एक मैनेजर को, फैक्ट्री के मैनेजर को गुस्ताखी की बेस पे कत्ल कर दिया गया था। एक मॉब ने बाकायदा उसकी लाश को जलाया मुफ्ती साहब, यानी एक इमोशनल रिस्पॉन्स।
कसम से मुझे इतना दुख हुआ था वो देखकर, वल्लाही कसम से, like it tore my heart, you know, that and I think I speak on behalf of the majority of Pakistan जब मैं कहता हूं कि उन सब के दिल को उस वाक़ये ने चीर दिया. You know, it like really, I feel that most Pakistanis even, उन्होंने जब ये देखा, ये you know, this barbarism, बर्बरियत जो इस टाइप की, कि आप यार, और वो भी रसूल अल्लाह के नाम पर, आप जो रहमतन लिल आलमीन हैं, जिनके ज़माने में खुद वो जो उनके खिलाफ होते थे उनको बचाते थे कि यार इनको कोई, आप ऐसे ना करो. How in the Prophet's name, and इतने खुशी से कुछ लोग, यानी इस हद तक वहशियत अगर हद से आगे निकल जाए. So it really was disturbing, and
इसको कैसे टैकल किया जाए मुफ्ती साहब?
You know, I don't know. I think चलो इसमें एक वहाँ पे एक रद्द अमल फिर आया, सामने आया. Look, Imran Khan did hold a press conference. वहाँ के जो, you know, मुझे कसम से somewhat, you know, obviously in face of the tragedy, ये जो सानिया is such a big tragedy. इसके बिल मुकाबिल कम से कम some happiness in knowing कि वहाँ के जो एक committee थी of businessmen or whatever, उन्होंने मिलकर they put together compensation, मुआवजा पैसे उन्होंने भेजे खुद अपनी तरफ से. This is the nationals of that area of Pakistan जहाँ पर ये हुआ कि देखो हम इस किस्म की हरकत कतअन इसके खिलाफ हैं, and we अपने पैसों से हम पैसे देंगे आखिरी वक्त तक. They gave like a pension and they gave a lump sum. या इससे कोई जिंदगी वापस नहीं आती, मगर फिर भी it's symbolic, symbol. You know, it's not like, don't think Pakistan mein people are all like, and there was that person, uska naam main bhul gaya hu, the one who tried to defend him for so long. He tried to win a medal as well. And you know, and I feel that was the true heart of really every Muslim. You know, koi bhi, you know, if you walked past, you know, the story in the Bible, the Good Samaritan, you walk past and koi banda aise mazloom hai, majrooh hai, zakhmi hai, you know, there's an insaniya dil ke andar ke yaar, stop this. You know, dekhte hi, you know, they say, you know, in torture there is a powerful technique, and obviously you have torturing, but just making somebody witness torture is very torturing. क्योंकि आप एक होता है कि किसी पर जुल्म हो रहा है. You know, when the person is being tortured, obviously that's torture, unquestionably. But there's for example, there's adrenaline kicking in. There's all these things happening as a reaction. The one just sitting there witnessing it, कि यार अभी मेरे साथ शुरू नहीं हुआ है मगर चलो होगा, और वो बस देख रहा है. This has another level of adab in it for them. ta'deeb जैसे खुद पर वो एक अजाब गुजर रहा है. When you witness something, somebody screaming, crying, this is a fitra that a person, fitratullah allati fatara an-nas alayha. That, but it's horrible. Stop this. Like, the people, stop this. This is, I have to say that I think shook the world. I hope, inshallah, that nothing like that ever happens again. And may it,
इसकी बेसिस उस वक्त पड़ गई थी जब सलमान तासीर को कत्ल किया गया था. जिस पार्टी ने उनको एक पूरा सपोर्ट किया था, उसके बाद मुमताज कादरी की जब फांसी आई थी, तो उसके बाद जो मुल्क में अनस्टेबिलिटी आई थी हमारे.
इसमें मसला ये था कि आई थिंक पाकिस्तान में जो उलमा हैं, अल्लाह उनको हिम्मत दे, आमीन. आई थिंक वो अपनी अपनी वजूहात से घबराए हुए हैं. सो उनके मन में एक और बात है और करते कुछ और हैं, क्योंकि वो अब ये जब मुमताज कादरी का ये जो वाकया हुआ था, उस वक्त सब जैसे दियोबंदी हजरात ये आगे आकर उन्होंने भी इसका एक उज़र बयान किया और जैसे बल्कि मदह की, प्रेज्ड. हालांकि अगर आप सोचा जाए तो अहले हदीस ने भी सामने आकर, हालांकि सबको पता है कि इस सूरत में ये हकीकतन इससे मुत्तफिक तो नहीं होंगे, मगर इन्होंने सिर्फ मजबूरी की हालत में अपने अपने घबराहट से ये सोचा कि यार अगर हम कहें ये ना हो कि हम
हमें मार दें,
तो बेहतर है चलो हम भी यहाँ पर कुछ हीला करके. तो इसमें क्या हुआ कि अब क्योंकि सोचा जाए कि तो देखो इन हजरात के सामने ये जो यहाँ पर जो इंतहा पसंद थे, जैसे मुमताज कादरी और इनके जो भी इनके इस ग्रुप के थे, उनके नज़दीक दियोबंदी भी काफिर हैं, ये भी गुस्ताख हैं, अहले हदीस भी गुस्ताख हैं. तो कल इनको भी उठाकर ये ऐसा कर सकते हैं ना. दे कैन डू दिस बिकॉज़ अगर उसी बुनियाद पर जा रहे हैं. और यही फिर हुआ था. रिमेंबर देयर वाज जुनैद जमशेद को किसी ने, कुछ लोगों ने पकड़ लिया था और किसी एयरपोर्ट में उन्होंने, so this was the natural conclusion. तो होना क्या चाहिए था कि देखिए the true message of Islam which is about love, उस वक्त पे उलमा को ये मौक़िफ़ इख्तियार करना चाहिए था कि देखो I understand. लोग कहते हैं look, मुमताज कादरी did this from a position of love. Somebody told him कि ये गुस्ताख है, तो he did this from a position of love. ठीक है, he may have done this from a position of love. लोग कई मर्तबा मोहब्बत से ही कुछ काम कर देते हैं, कर बैठते हैं, but look, it was misplaced, it was wrong. This, even if in his twist, in his way, अब देखो ये जो आइसिस हैं, ये आइसिस जो हैं, they profess a deep love for the Quran. They profess इन्होंने कितने अपने पैसे ये वो सब कुछ कुर्बान किया हुआ है, वहां जाकर इसे बस रहे हैं. In such horrible circumstances ऐसे रहते हैं. क्यों कहते हैं? For hubbullah, for the love of Allah, for the love of Islam, for the love of Rasul, for the love. True, I accept, but it's a misplaced love. You see, ये जो इन मोहब्बत अगरचे हो, मगर ये गलत है. जिस तरीके से इसको अपनाया जा रहा है, ये गलत है. And this is what the ulama at the time should have said. They should have spoken up and said that, look, because look, it's true. These terrorists that do all this, they kill themselves, and they say we do it, and it's psychotic. But they've got some kind of, in their twisted way, the terrorists, they have this kind of love. They say, oh, I'm doing this for the love of God. And it's psychotic, it's twisted. In their brain, it may be a love. It may be a love, but it's a wrong love. It's a wrongly placed love. It's a wrongly interpreted love. This is energy put in the wrong place. This is not what Allah wants. This is not, you are not serving Allah and His Messenger. You are, this is a disservice to Islam. This is a, it's an insult to Islam that the Messenger of Allah is a mercy, rahmatan lil alameen, and people are being slain on his name. People are being tortured. So I think the problem is कि वहाँ पर लोग जो हैं वो aslan, honestly, I feel घबरा गए हैं, and they don't know how to deal with it. It's like पानी हद से आगे बढ़ गया है. And it's like अब हम करें तो करें क्या? So because they're all worried about themselves, and I hope that there's a moderate voice that emerges in places like Pakistan and India. India is a bit calmer because obviously वहाँ पर उनके अपने मशाकिल हैं. Maybe people like Ghamdi साहब, उनकी आवाज़ अगर वहाँ तक पहुँचे, और other kind of
उस्मानी साहब ने कुछ इनके खिलाफ ट्वीट किए थे, लेकिन फिर वही बात थी कि डॉक्टर यासिर लास्ट मंथ आए हुए थे इधर लाहौर में, पाकिस्तान में, तो उनके काफी उन्होंने स्कॉलर से मुलाकात की, तो उनके बाद जब उन्होंने एक प्रेस वीडियो अपलोड की तो उसमें भी वो कहते हैं कि मैंने भी ब्लेसफेमी पे बात की कि आप लोग इस पे बात क्यों नहीं करते. तो आगे से जो स्कॉलर्स का रिस्पांस था वो ये था कि यार हम डरते हैं कि ये हमारे साथ भी वही हश्र न कर दे जो इन्होंने उनके साथ किया है.
100% यही है. That's 100%. अल्लाह इन सब के लिए आसानी फरमाए. एक सोचने की बात है कि अगर मामला इस हद तक बिगड़ गया है कि सबको डर है और सबको सबसे डर है.
Obviously.
It's like
मैं अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी में ये नहीं कह सकता जो मैं आपको
it's true, and it's like सबको सबसे डर है. And this is, it's like John Elia, okay, and this is the problem, that it's like, wow, Allah, we can only make dua, Allah Ta'ala asani farmaye, because it's honestly, it's so, I don't, this is why you don't know, it's such a, khichdi bani hui hai wahan pe. It's like you don't know how does somebody deal with that? How do they deal with it? Because people are sometimes just so hot-headed, and it's like we have to understand that, look, the most important thing is compassion and life. Man ahyaha faka'annama ahya an-nasa jami'an. We can't have ये जो तंग नजरी है इसको. बेशक look, मेरे पास एक अपनी राय है, आपके पास अपनी राय है, इनके पास अपनी राय है, ठीक है यार, रखो, मानो, devote yourself, ikhlasun niyyah to Allah. I love this kind of stuff that Maulana Tariq Jamil साहब बताते हैं, and फिर उनको भी लोग जैसे कुछ परेशान करते हैं. This is the thing. It's difficult. It's, I don't know वहाँ पे क्या बन सकता है. I hope maybe Imran Khan sets up these universities, and the younger people like you, जैसे वो वहाँ पर जैसे आगे, they kind of develop, and people kind of spread this a voice of love, inshallah. It is there. You know what? I want to say that I do believe, look, I lived in Pakistan for many years, right? I met so many people. Abhi aap dekh lo, people that watch this, you can watch vloggers. Americans, Europeans, Gore, other people, some Africans. You get different people. They go through Pakistan with vlogging, koi camera liya hua hai, wahan se ghum rahe. Everywhere they meet love. Log unko paise tak nahi dene dete. People don't let them, they don't let them pay for their food. They're like, you're a guest in our country.
Absolutely.
I obviously, when I was there, I was seen as a Pakistani, but the point is, wherever I went, the hospitality, logon ke paas khud kuch nahi tha, magar phir bhi dene ke liye tayar. That look, nahi, dil hai yaar unke paas, wallahi. And there is, so people sometimes get the wrong message and think, look, everybody over there is, they're not. I feel the majority of the people are people that of pure heart, dil wale hai. Magar the circumstances, the mahol abhi tak wahan par, it's problematic. May Allah make it easy for them, man. May Allah make it easy for you, man. I'm sorry that you've had to speak about all of this on the, हमें आपके खातिर सोच में लग गए हैं कि अल्लाह इंशाल्लाह महफूज रखे.
मुफ्ती साहब, कोई एक एडवाइस कुरान के बारे में जो आप देना चाहेंगे?
You know what I'd say is कि अगर हो सके आप ऐसा करो कि जो भी ये सुने जब भी अगर हो सके रोजाना अगर ना हो सके हफ्ते में एक जब भी हो सके you know approach the Quran आप कुरान को खोलिए ठीक है बेशक आप एक सफ़ा एक आयत कुछ आयत कुछ भी पढ़ सकते हैं इस नजरिए से नहीं not with this नजरिया that look यार you know Allah is gonna हिसाब लेंगे मुझसे कि यार आपने कुछ पढ़ा ही नहीं है कुछ किया ही नहीं not ऐसे नहीं प्यार से यार कि look चलो यार let's you know what let me just read a verse I want to not I have to I get to मौका है and then read it if you can especially if it's in Urdu उसके साथ चलो with the meaning even if it's one verse if it's a few verses if it's a page alhamdulillah if it's not every day look don't feel guilty feel eager क्योंकि ये दो अलग तरफ हैं कि आप एक है कि one is a person starts feeling यार I'm a bad person oh I haven't read the Quran I've like see this just takes you down the other way is yaar I haven't got to read it it's been a whole week yaar you know it's like I'm missing out on something let me read a verse and just you'll see कि आहिस्ता आहिस्ता धीरे धीरे एक रिश्ता पैदा हो जाएगा with the Quran that you'll have this relationship and that's what it is I you know if I can say one little message I would say that the attitude with which we approach the Quran of eagerness of keenness of love and then even just a bit you know it's good may Allah bless you Allah khush rakhe yaar
Ameen.
so shukran for coming on take care stay blessed people
Okay.
Umar Ismail all the way from all right Lahore wow we have really gone on so we've got to wrap this up what if oh my god that's 4:30 yep that's 4.5 hours people 4.5 hours right I've got to sign out much love to all of you honestly I really shukran I love just really engaging with you all honestly I love kind of being able to talk being able to communicate this is a gift from God this just being able to do this is a gift and I love it so shukran and may Allah bless everyone who's going through whatever struggle in life. And we're all going through our own struggles. And may Allah bless us all. May He make us be a source of positivity for other people. you know, we got to give, and in giving we shall receive. Ameen. Those of you that want to reach out, you can do so. By the way, do like and share and subscribe and click the notification icon. As always, people. If you want to message me on Instagram. If you have any detailed kind of things which are lengthier, detailed discussions, then I'd advise that you book in a consultation via Patreon. And you can see the instructions they are on my YouTube posts, but they are also on my Instagram highlights. They'll tell you how to do that. And through that, you can also join the Discord community, which I've got, which is called Mindscape. So cool, people. Much love. May Allah bless you all. Wassalamu alaikum wa khuda hafiz.